You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Relax. Put your hand together as a make room for Redhead, better known as Watchman, attack with full force.
I've been accused of being a traitor. They say it's I who caused Abu Bakr to hijack the parliament and kick up them big boys in government. Because the first thing that fellas do after they stage the coup is to play all them calypso that was banned from the radio. But the ink is dry on the amnesty. The rulers talking censorship already. Either they bounce their head in the brawl, or they never had no sense to start with at all. Boy, hush your mouth and don't say a thing. Robbie and the boys might be listening. Well, if they are, they must realize that people still fussing that they survive. But I say Ibaka did shoot them down. This year, I'd have nobody to pump. With all their big talk and arrogance, they belittle them by making them drop their pants. For that year, as soon as their trousers fall, all the big boys in there turn out to be small. So who rests for the rest? Tell the boss he lost. But once they maintain that course, then I'm attacking them with full force. Good day. They say they can't find a reason why they lock up my tail for treason. Well, if they're preaching conspiracy, examine the horns in their own party. We all know that the speaker Nizam was friendly with that same imam, but when he take over parliament, fortunately Nizam was absent. I'm a well-known, youthful and smart edgy, maybe son after black Muslim story. But when he boss pants was by his knees, he was tiptoeing out with the tea ladies. Boy, hush your mouth and don't say a thing. Tony and the boys might be listening. Well, they should tell me who is the clown that Andy Thomas get a free pardon from. Rather than hanging by neck till dead, he get a license to shoot more police instead. And Sharp rather join this new mutiny, like a revolution that's wrong in their family. But if in 70 we did blow away Rafi Sharp, we'd never hear a poop from any backer. So who vex for the vex? Tell the boss he lost. But once they maintain that course, then I'm attacking them with full force.
Yes, hello to all the WZYE 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's in the village with the dark triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. And we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. And let me bring in no other than 1/3 of the dark triplets, no other than Diana, Waveney, McDonald, Ben Skinboy.
Hey, Diana LeBon. Hi, everybody. What's going on? Huh?
Diana, McDonald, Waveney, Ben Skinboy.
LeBon. What's going on? I vexed today. So only go ahead.
You vex every day, man.
I vexed today.
Wait, now you vex because you see me first guest in the background. I feel so.
Who's the first guest in the background?
The fearless warrior boy, Devon Welch. You man, he called himself the fearless warrior, you know that.
No, but he ain't passed off the storm yet.
No, but he's the storm and he's the fearless warrior, man.
No,
all right. What's up?
We can find out who will get licks tonight.
You think you can handle the warrior?
Ain't nobody, please. Please.
Yeah, you know that the banquet a storm, you know, a storm the stop. You know they can stop a storm.
But then his sister does be coming behind and his brother does be coming behind.
No, but a warrior goes on and on and on. A warrior keep fighting to the end.
A warrior could meet their demise. But a storm keeps brewing.
That's only a short period of time.
But when it's brewing, the sister coming behind, the brother coming behind, and within the storm, there's all sorts of elements, destructive elements.
That might be years later. Let me quickly welcome these people here in the chat, boy. Hey, my girl Nadia was in. You know, I don't know my voice, you know.
Oh Lord.
When I start to talk with the ladies, you know,
I hope Mrs. LeBon listening to you. Listen to him. I hope Mrs. LeBon listening. You're lowering your voice.
She doesn't listen all the time, you know.
She could put you outside. Out in that hole she was digging the other day when I was there. She could throw in that hole.
No, it's too cold outside these days. It's too cold. Nadia, welcome to Teisha. You're inside. Nadia, you're inside. Vonnie Roberts, boy. Vonnie Roberts, my partner, boy. I showed you fearless warrior, no Vonnie Roberts. By the way, to Keisha, Rose, welcome. Rose by any other name spells the same. Oh, bread stick inside. It's bread. I mean fish stick. Fish stick inside, boy. Inside. Go them the be having the own thing. Look, boy, lolly sweet. Lolly sweet inside. Wait is.
Oh Lord.
It's not lolly sweet.
You're not setting me up.
Oh, lollipop. I don't know why it doesn't mess up their names. So I mean lollipop, sorry. But wait now, look, we have a new person, boy. Anne-Marie St. Hill Raj. Who's that, boy?
Not sure.
St. Hill Raj. Let's say hello to Anne-Marie St. Hill Raj, boy. Let's say hello to Anne-Marie St. Hill Raj. But hey, Caris, you're inside. Good night. Little Ron Horner, boy. Go and sit in the corner. Little Ron Horner, you're inside.
Yes. Yeah, wait. Don't dismiss Little Ron Horner. He says, Mia Motley in the COP26 meeting, that woman powerful. Unlike VPM. Whoa.
Wait, that meeting done gone already. Let's still talking about that.
That's right.
All of us still problem fake pictures and things too. All of probably fake pictures too now. Little Ron Horner probably fake pictures too now. Lana, welcome. Rajvi inside. Let me go back here.
So who in the village? Who first in the village tonight? Rose? Oh, okay.
No. Nadia was first in the village. Nadia come in first.
Well, I ain't seen that. What the thing go on then?
Bread sick on a woman's suit. But I rented for 3 days. I rented for a year. It's our whole year that's rented for. Our whole year is rented.
Lord, that is give you pressure, boy.
Yeah, there's give me pressure, but you know I could take pressure. Chumaka Clavantia I grew up, you know. Pressure. Pressure. Hey, Phantom you inside. What up?
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. It's good to be back with you.
All right, let me not waste no longer. Let me bring in my guest, boy. Let me bring in the guest, Let me bring in the guest. Let me bring in the guest one time.
Oh, that's who you say I supposed to be scared of?
The
Police.
Devon Welch, the fearless warrior. It's in the village of the Dark Triplets on WZYE FM, of course. The guard is no other than Diana. Diana is considered to be the storm. I am Ansem. They call me Flash of Wall Street. And G is the Phantom. Phantom is Gary, or Gary is the Phantom. And I am no other than the one on only Wall Street. So
this is the person I'm supposed to be afraid of.
Yes.
Come on, you're not better than that, Ansel, man.
The man is the fearless warrior.
Fear, you know what fear is? Fear is an acronym for false evidence appearing real.
Hey, that's a low blow, boy.
Huh?
Hey,
false evidence appearing real.
She mashed up that name, boy. She mashed up that name. She mashed up. I report her. She will mash up that one. Oh, God, oh. Hey. And the worst thing is she's Bajan too, you know. She's a Bajan too, you know.
He's a Bajan too?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
You's a Bajan too, I say.
I am a Trin-Bage-Gonian. Get it right. Born in Trinidad and Tobago. My mother and father is two Bajan. Two Bajan met me in Trinidad. I'm a Trin-Bage-Gonian.
Hey, look, kid just coming. When you're about to Wall Street, you have to show your boss really some respect. He on at 7:30 the next 20 minutes.
Oh, yes, God.
He's on at 7:30.
Yeah. Don't worry, we go streaming for Bonnie Roberts. Hey, Devon, welcome to the village of the Dark Triplets and WZYE. It's a pleasure to have you in here.
Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago, and to the triplets. Is triplets calling it?
Yeah, the Dark Triplets,
The Dark Triplets, 95.9.
Yeah, FM on the dial.
It's close to 95.5, you know. You sure you didn't want to take the 4 for it?
I 95.5? No. We wanted to be a little different. Ever 95.9 in Trinidad?
No, it have 95.5, but you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, we wanted to go a little higher on the scale. You know what I mean? The higher.
All right.
Yeah. We wanted to elevate someone. So Devon, you know, I mean, when we come into the village, right? We talk about anything, and you know, we are very respectful in the village, and you know, this program is like no other program in Trinidad and Tobago. But here's where I want to start, right, Devon? Devon, I know you from being on the Underground Report. Is that what it's called?
It was the Ground Report.
Oh. You see, I was always messed it up.
You're from Chumakak. You're from Chumakak. That's why I was messing up things. You can't. You know?
From bad experiences.
So Devon, I knew you from the Ground Report with the Pompecov radio.
Yes.
Sly TK and Will Smith.
Yes.
Right? And they were on the other side of the spectrum, and now you are on a different side of the spectrum, so to speak. Right? I ain't call no party here. I just say spectrum and spectrum.
Yes.
What really happened, Devon, that caused you so some people say come back home. I come back home for the can, you know. I think that fella did sing that song. What is his name again, boy?
Well, let me tell you,
Yeah.
Let me tell you. A lot had happened between 2010 to 2015. And before 2010, I would have been part and parcel of the PNM at that point in time, before 2010. And what had happened? Well, you know, all families fall out, basically. And there were certain things that were not being done, you know. And I decided, well, okay, here what happening. I went across. And we helped in giving the UNC the mandate of 29 seats, and it was a real long journey to making them win that 29 seats. And we worked night and day, similar to what I have done through at this point in time with the PNM now, and with a team of people also. So it was a lot of things that was happening in 2010, especially with corruption. And every time corruption raised its head, you had to go there and defend. And we didn't sign up for that. Some of us did not sign up for that, in fact, because we had painted this picture to the national public that, look, this party is 5 parties coming together. It's a party of 5 coming together to bring new change, bring a new constitution to Trinidad and Tobago, bring new, you understand, a fresh breath of air to the landscape. And we thought that things would have been changed, but it didn't change. What had happened is that it was games was being played by the party, and they had carried out their agenda, and they started to dismantle the other partners in the partnership, because it was COP, MSJ, TOP, UNC, and NJA. So a lot of games was being played. Then there are those who were part and parcel of the partnership who were like on COP, but there wasn't really COP, there was really undercover UNC. So a lot of things was happening, and people started to bickering, fighting, and corruption was the order of the day. From the start, go straight down the road. Was only corruption. And I left the party in 2012, 2013, in fact. And well, Juliet had left in about the same time, in 2012, 2013. And we had formed something called Country First. And well, Juliet continued with the Country First, and I kind of bowed out, went in what we call sabbatical leave by the Chief Justice, in fact. And I came back onto the landscape in 2019 into 2020 when I started to do my blogging and all these different things back again. But I was always in the background, but on a smaller scale, not in the forefront like now.
So Devon, because I was kind of shocked, I know that you was a real UNC, but you was, you know what I mean? You used to put, you even had on a yellow hair tied. You used to wear a yellow Converse. Everything had a yellow socks. I thought you was yellow for the rest of your life, boy. And then all of a sudden, I hear Devon back in the good graces of the PNM. I say, boy, I wonder what happened, boy. I say something good must happen. But Devon, just recently, I've heard it because you guys on the ground, we are here in foreign. I've heard that a fella by the name of PH.
Yes.
Had came across to the PNM. And all that's now here he is now back in the good graces of the UNC. Can you help me with that? You know PH, right? PH.
I know PH when the PH was part and parcel of the PNM. And he would have switched, gone over to UNC. And then, well, like in PH, typical styling, he would switch again. And then he would switch again. And it's basically who's singing the tune, he following. You understand? The loyalty is not really there per se.
I want to know. You are a supporter of who now? Tell me again.
I am supporter of the People's National Movement.
You mean the Pigtail National Movement? So wait. You support? Yeah, they're the Pigtail National Movement. You support a party that have a stranded citizen right now who want to get back home. Yeah, and lock the borders. That's who you want to support?
But that's not true. Wait. What do you mean? Wait. 1 minute. Hey, 1 minute, Devon. Devon, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes.
Diana.
What?
Diana.
I hear you.
Not everybody that comes on any program, Diana, knows everything that's going on.
Well,
All
I'm
right?
informing him
Yeah,
now
but
then.
no, but you know, it's like,
Well,
you know, I don't know everything that's going on in the
all
PNM.
right. So let
Are
me
you supposed
inform
to
him now.
accuse me
Well,
of
all right.
everything that's going on in
All
the
right. Let
PNM?
me. Well,
No,
let me. Were you aware that the PNM is who lock out the people out the country?
But you could ask that's a better question to ask rather than saying if, you know, because, I mean, I don't,
Well, okay. I
if
switch
you,
up my question. I ask you,
right, if you really
were
tell
you
me, I
aware?
would not
all
know,
right.
I
Were
wouldn't
you
know.
aware that the party
Good.
that you now support lock out people out the country, and there is still a citizen? I'm informing you, are still a stranded national because of the PNM policy. Why you want to support a party that doing that and have people suffering?
Hold on. You talk things that you may not be aware of
What do you
because
mean?
you're
What do you
more
mean? I won't
foreign
be
than I am.
aware? What do you mean? I'm aware of these stranded people because
No, no, no.
I
You can't
fund
be
these people
aware
to
of
get
something
home.
if you are foreign and I am Trini.
I fund
Like
these people to get back home. I support people back home, providing stuff for them. Up to now, still mining people at the PNM can't get mine yet. What do you mean? I
you
don't know what I'm
mining
talking
people in
about.
the
Yeah,
PNM can't find
yeah. I mining people. Yeah,
which
I
people
paying the
for
bills.
the business? You're mining the business or
Trin
you're
Begonians, Trin Begonian
no,
social
but what are you mining?
situation.
Your business
Yeah, I
or
taking care
you're
of
helping
them.
them?
I taking care of them. That
You're
they
taking
can't get they
oh
can't get a check from Imbert yet. They can't get help from Donna Cox yet, right? Why are you supporting a party that is
all right, let me
oppressing your
answer that.
people?
Let me answer why am I supporting the People's National Movement, especially for the 20 moving forward on onwards. You see, when you were under a political party called the UNC, who stole 1 point something billion dollars and give it to a contractor that never finished a wastewater management treatment plant. And up to this day, I highlighted on my page whereby the place, if you see the front of the place, it didn't even looking like a wastewater treatment plant. It looking like bush going back up on the plant. Because the plant never is not even 60% completed. That's $1.4 billion you're talking about it. Then you ain't even talk about another $7 billion on a highway that was given to a broke company. A broke company, you know. So, and when you do hear the show, they sign an agreement where they can get back the people money. If we say there's mismanagement on the project, who signs those types of agreement? Let me be realistic. Then you have the EMBD. That is the that is a state company that just before the election, the court, the people who the contractors, you know, carry the government to court for them not to carry them to court. Imagine that, you know. You carry your employer to court in advance because you don't tell yourself he will carry you to court for mismanagement and thieving the damn people money. You had people who had to perform sexual favors in minister's office to get a house. You had people who were touching breasts on plane. You had ministers who were what? This one from Tobago. Apparently, he was in some uncompromised position with another male occupant. You had, yeah, and the list goes on and on and on and on. You even had an MP who used to be toting bag, you know, for the prime minister, you know, toting the prime minister bag up and down the place, got millions of dollars of contracts, and then turn around and tell the nation, well, I am an only child. So who is going to support that? Who is
But
going
see,
to support a party that emasculates men in the own party, emasculating them, you know, down to nothing, you know, and then turn around and then promotes racism in the own party? So if you are African, you can't see your way in that party really and truly, because really and truly, there's no room for Africans in a Hindu predominantly party. And that is what the UNC stand for. So when you ask me how could you support the people's national movement, let me tell you why I would support the people's national movement. Because when you have a budget that is in favor of the people of Trinidad and Tobago and is going to benefit all the citizens, why not support? Why not support a government that balances and manages the economy effectively and honestly, that you and all could say, yes, I am seeing this done, I'm seeing that done, I'm seeing the other done. Why not support a government that manages the whole COVID aspects? They manage it because we had no, imagine that because COVID came out in 2019 and Trinidad and Tobago had no vaccines until 2021, which was basically May, April. And we managed it. We had managed it properly. You had a former police commissioner who had granted some candlelight vigils up and down the place. And that is what caused the spikes to take place in Trinidad and Tobago. We manage it by telling citizens, hey, hold your hand wherever you are, and we will treat with you and bring you back into the country bit by bit, bit by bit, bit by bit, by following the protocols. And this was not only done in Trinidad and Tobago, this was done internationally, worldwide. So when you attack the PNM, because I sense that you are smelling the UNC blood and you are smelling their veins, I understand that. But I also understand that every citizen has the right to choose whoever they want to support. And also, when you look at it, you are seeing that the People's National Movement is the only government that is taking the people forward in this country.
But Devon, let me say that Diana is neither UNC, PNM, nor ILP.
Thank you very much. Thank you very.
I have to say Diana is very
Excuse
impartial.
you. Hello.
Devon, I could defend Diana.
Let me
Diana is
handle
not a UNC.
You put your money where your mouth is. I am not UNC. I am not PNM. I am a Trin Beige Gonian first. Don't go there with me.
All of them they say that.
No. She's not affiliated.
All of them they say that, and then you see them say that
No, Diana, listen, Diana. I can tell Devon 100% Diana is not affiliated. Absolutely with that. And I think what happens, Devon, is that, we have to kind of get away from, if a person may be anti-UNC or anti-PNM, if they're anti-PNM means to say the UNC, or if they're anti-PNM means to say that they're UNC. Because I have to be honest with you, Devon, I have been called a UNC by my PNM people, and I have never supported another party in Trinidad and Tobago other than the PNM. Anytime you take a stand against anything, it might be one stand. I'm a male. One.
I don't know what stand you can take, but
one stand, right? If I took one stand. One stand for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and this is where this program came out from, right? And people start saying, Wall Street is at UNC, Wall Street is this and Wall Street that. But it's okay, I go up in Chumakat, Laventel, I have a bread back. But then, we have two things coming from the chat, right? People wants to know, what about A.V. Gillen and what about Daryl Smith? How do you answer them? How do you answer those things to them, these people?
A.V. Gillen?
I mean, I can answer it for you, but I want you to answer it for them.
Talking about?
Yeah, A.V. Gillen, A&V Gillen, or A.V. Gillen.
Well, we are fully aware of what would have transpired with that in terms of it would have gone to the court. Well, it would have gone to a court of arbitration, right? And A.V. Oil would have won because Petrotrin could not have produced certain information. And based on that, they would have lost the case. It is like any case that would go before a court of law. If you do not have your information or you don't have sufficient information, therefore you cannot proceed with the case, and your case will fall. They will then have an opportunity to appeal if you wish to appeal. But AV had all opportunities, and AV produced their information. They brought in their expert. They paid for their own expert. They didn't. The state didn't pay for their expert. They paid for their own expertise. You understand? And they produced their evidence, and therefore they won their case. It's simple as that. There's no hard maths in that.
What about Daryl Smith?
Daryl Smith. What directly you're talking about?
Well, I guess they say, the Daryl Smith been accused of there was some sexual harassment accused when they had that fake picture in the papers with
Right.
the hand where they put together and put on the woman behind. they put a extended hand. Daryl Smith had an extended hand on a lady's behind, and he was accused of I guess sexual harassment. That I mean, I don't know if that case went to court and if Daryl Smith was charged or anything, but I know he was eventually fired from his position as Minister of Sports.
Yes, he was eventually fired, and that's it, and he was removed from the government. In fact, the case in which people talking about is the permanent secretary would have paid money, right, to this individual, which she ought not to have done, and there was some form of confusion within the case. You understand? There was a form of confusion in the case. So when they talk, Daryl Smith was removed from the cabinet, and he was put in the backbenches. The investigations was allowed to take place, but then you couldn't fire him because remember there's a stipulated policy within the laws that state that you can't really call a by-election for a particular constituency after a certain amount of time. I think it's after 2 years or 3 years. So he would have been allowed to sit into the cabinet, but on the backbenches at that time. So he was removed from cabinet, and he was removed. Remember, he was Minister of Sports. So he was removed from cabinet, and he was put in the backbenches until the 5 years up. And he was he replaced? Was he put back into the cabinet? No. Was he called to serve? No. Unlike the UNC, in which you are seeing Anil Roberts, who has allegations hanging over his head. And what did the UNC do? They call him back. Unlike Wade Mark, who lied in the parliament, lied to the people of Trinidad and Tobago about about a matter being under the subjudicial, and then turn around and say he apologized, knowing fully well that he misled this country and the parliament, the highest legislative of the country, and lied to everybody. And he is still as a senator in the UNC. In fact, he's the leader of government business, I believe, in the UNC, in the Senate. So when you look at some of these people and them, then you had one who would have been stealing, who stole money, who got he was the person who was supposed to be dealing with tenders in TSTT, and he is no one, and you can't see the money, you can't see the tender, you can't see what they bought the equipment, nothing of the sort, and he is now sitting as an MP. An MP, you also have one who was staying in a pawn, where you're seeing she literally holding the pole, you understand? And she is now an MP. So when you check it out, and then you have one who is also a known sex trafficker. A known sex trafficker.
Is that alleged? Is that alleged, Devon, or is that factual? Is that an alleged? Is that alleged?
If it's alleged, it's a fact. The man is a known sex trafficker.
But if he's
He
a
was
known sex
named in
trafficker,
the report.
why hasn't he been arrested by the police if he's
And
a
that
known
is
sex
my
trafficker?
point. And that is my point where I'm going to come to now in terms of how our justice system rolls in Trinidad and Tobago. Because here it is, we have two persons who, after 20 years, still outside and still can't get the case be called before the court still. When people then get jailed and released and all these different things, and that was the airport scandal. So there's something wrong, fundamentally wrong with our justice system because we have some political interference, and I would say political interference from the standpoint that you have a lot of persons who are from the UNC camp who are undermining our justice system in Trinidad and Tobago, like what they try to do with the Police Service Commission. You understand? And you see, people not talking these things because why? A lot of people were being paid 30,000 to lie on social media to promote the police commissioner as though he was the man on top of the pedestal. You had people who were being paid for unadvertised posts. You had people being charged who was working with this man. So when we look at the justice system is the problem in Trinidad and Tobago that is really being undermined by the United National Congress people.
But Devon, to be accurate, right? If we say the justice system, that is both under any party in Trinidad and Tobago, because if the justice, by the way, Diana, you wanted to say something. Go ahead, Diana.
You finish your point.
No, go ahead. You go ahead. I'll come back. I'll come back to my point.
His name is what? Devon Welch? Mr.
Devon
Welch.
Go ahead.
Look, you see how you came and right off the back, because I am first and foremost a humanitarian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I have never voted in Trinidad and Tobago.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because I left as a young lass, like about 18 or so, and I went back to Barbados, over where my grandmother raised me. I'm a Bajan by descent. I voted in Barbados and I voted here. But I never identify as either or until I see what's going on and how the country runs. What I have noticed as an outsider looking in, right, is everybody, they're full of knowledge of who did what and when they did it and how it was done and what. But nobody, now if I wanted to vote for the first time in Trinidad and Tobago, I will vote for neither the UNC nor neither the PNM. You know why? Right. Because I'm not hearing nothing good from both sides. You were inside the PNM, inside the UNC, you run and you come back to the PNM because you say you don't like what's going on. So I had to go by you. So me, I ain't voting for none of the two of them. If somebody new come up, I will give them a chance. And that is what I am saying to Trinbagonian citizens who have been living there and are suffering right now under this draconian SOE and under all the policies and the safe zone and the not safe zone and all these fines that are being affixed and the property tax and all that, right? I will say to Trinbagonians, don't put your finger in the ink for neither two. Try somebody new. Me, I would say that because you are giving me empirical evidence. Apparently, you know where you're going on it. I hope so. What this party that you previously supported did, and now you're going to a party that I, as an outsider, a neutral person, there are lots of policies I do not agree with because it's causing suffering and hardship on the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. That's what I have to say.
Well, you haven't told me up to now what hardship is taking place, because let me tell you what is happening in Trinidad. You have a media in Trinidad that is biased. You have a biased media in Trinidad and Tobago. And again, is who pays the piper sings the tune. So if the UNC pays the money, they will try to make the government, as well as they will try to paint this country in a bad light, which is not true. Which is not true. Because at the end of the day, when this disease came about in 2019, a lot of people did not understand what the disease was about. And in fact, after doing research and all these different things, you realize it's a pathogen. Some people call it a virus, but there's a difference between the pathogen and a virus. But when we found out about this pathogen, which was SARS/COVID, the country was forced to take certain measures. Let us be realistic. The country was forced to take measures to protect itself, just like what was going on in Africa with Ebola. And a lot of countries started to watch what was happening in Africa, and they said, well, look, if this thing is happening and it's getting out of hand and it's killing thousands and thousands of people, and it started to spread eventually because they got 1 or 2 cases in America, and America had to shut down the borders to not allow people to come in from that particular country. There were citizens who were stranded there also. But what would they do? You can't go and try to kill a whole millions in America to get out of you, because you don't know what you're working with, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what is happening at that point in time. So the government would have had to take a decision, a harsh decision, and also the public would have supported the government on it, in fact, in terms of locking down the country. And when they locked down the country, our numbers did not even go up. It did not. Our
Are you
numbers were very much small.
Are you for real telling me what? What hardship? Are you for real asking me what hardship locking out citizens cause, Devon? You for real? I mean,
But
women sleeping on pavement, eating out a garbage can, selling bottles. There is still a stranded citizen in the UK as we speak. There is still, and she's a female citizen. And I'm very passionate about my women, my children, and old people.
and I
When
am
you
very
interfere with them, you mash me corn.
and I am the same.
All your men could fend for all themselves. But you see, when all the women interfere with my women, my children, and my old people, I get vexed. Now you're talking about hardship, and the global statistics and global records and information have stated that women were more affected by this pandemic, this coronavirus, than any other sex or any other sex. Women were more. You're locked down with your already abuser. The man, he ain't making no money. He want to kill you. Huh? You telling me you for real that you know hardship when I have a young man reaching out to me, telling me his child got gas pain and he got nothing to give the child to drink or eat. That ain't hardship, Devon. What
Hold on.
madness you're talking? And he can't get the support. No, you let me. I listen to you.
Go ahead,
Give
go
me
ahead.
a moment. When he cannot get the support, and Bert come and talk about a $1,500 check. How long that lasting? Huh? And for a family of 8, 9, 10 people, and you reduce the society of Trinidad and Tobago to a hamper receiving society. You're locked down here and locked down here, and the case is still rising. What was the purpose of the SOE? But to suppression of expression, to suppress the voices of the people. And under the UN Charter, you're not supposed to not allow people to protest no matter what. There is a part of the UN Charter that says that. You're not supposed to suppress people from expressing themselves. So I don't know what madness you're talking. People homeless by the savannah. Huh? That ain't hardship. What do we just people can't pay their rent, they can't pay their mortgage, they lose their house. They hide in the car. What are you telling me? They can't the book list, they can't meet for the children to go back to school. That ain't hardship, Devon. Come on.
Hold on. And I hear you. I hear you, and I note what you are saying. But let me give you the reality check here. When you are in a state of a pandemic, because Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the Caribbean region, has never experienced this in the 21st century. Let's be realistic here. That's one. Two, there were always people who were always homeless in Trinidad and Tobago, likewise in America, because I'm getting reports in America that if you walk down plenty of California and you walk down plenty of New York and these places where a lot of people are homeless, they outnumber the amount of people in Trinidad and Tobago. In Trinidad and Tobago, the homeless are fed 3, 4, 5 times per day. The homeless, and they have places where they can go and get shelter in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me just tell you that one time. There are organizations who are getting money to help and do these things on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. What the government has realized, and I'll put it out there for you to understand what is happening, that some of these institutions, because the government right now is having a massive auditing going on into plenty of these NGOs, CBOs, and civil society organizations who are collecting money and not doing the duties that is set out, that they stated in their policy. So if it is that you are getting $12 million or $10 million or $15 million, and you are not carrying out the duties on a day-to-day basis, it is going to reflect bad on the government. And that is why the government is saying, look, let us do a massive audit into this whole thing. They have also looked at $81 million in Ministry of Social Development. People checks gone missing. You understand? Checks gone missing. And this is real thing I'm talking about. The permanent secretaries have been removed and sent on leave. You had people's homes who went and were raided. You had people getting $100 and something thousand dollars. A homeless man getting over $100 and something $1,000 from the Ministry of Social Development. Let me tell you something. When people talking, the corruption is not at the government level in terms of the people like the parliamentarians and everything. The problem with corruption is stated clearly throughout the government services, meaning that from the permanent secretary come down, you have a lot of people who are committing fraud and corrupted acts there. Now, I hear you talking about people suffering and all different things. As far as I'm aware, that the MPs and them, all MPs, all 41 MPs were giving out hampers to members of the community. And I can tell you, because I went to different constituencies, and people were being, once you put down your name, you will get your hamper. You were getting some people were getting like 4 chicken, and you're getting vegetables, you're getting yam, cassava, all the necessary things that you would need and not want. You understand? And we had to adjust and look at our diet. It is not about because I accustomed to eat a steak, I must always eat my steak, I must always eat my ham, you have to adjust. Because if it is that we had gone into a real recession, let's say we gone in, because we coming out of a recession, but we had several deficit budgets. But if you go into a real recession, like how some countries have to ration food and all these different things, what would have been the cry then? Management level, Diana, when we look at the management level, based on the economic, based on the social, based on the financial, Trinidad and Tobago is in a much more better position than many other countries throughout the world.
Stoops.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Take it, Tommy. I out.
Go ahead.
Well, Tommy, let me say something, Devon, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
We started this program here on WZYE 95.9 FM because I totally disagree with the policy that the party I support implemented with respect to exile and stranded citizens. And there has been no statistics, zero, duck. It's like how the West Indies getting one set of licks in the ICC, right? And Chris Gayle gonna retire, Bravo gonna retire, plenty of them gonna retire, right? This policy by the party I support, I call it a wicked and evil policy. And here is why. Right? First, there has been no statistics, zero, to show that locking out exile and stranded citizens had an effect, or they were bringing back COVID-19 into Trinidad and Tobago. That's the first thing. Secondly, since the borders have opened, COVID-19 has continued to rise in Trinidad and Tobago, and there has been no statistics to show that anyone who are coming back into Trinidad and Tobago has been bringing back in COVID-19. So to me,
that's not true.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's take this quick call. Hello, caller. You're on WZYE 95.9 FM.
Watching the show live, first time caller.
Yes, caller.
I'm one of those Trinidadians who's still stuck here. I'm from. I lived in Aruca. I had a business in Five Rivers, and I came out here for just 3 weeks with my wife. And we couldn't go back home. We lost our business. I'm still stuck in Los Angeles with my wife and my kids. I am trying right now to see if I can go home in the next couple of days and trying to get through the paperwork. So I'm listening to this man, and you should talk all this crap here about, all this thing in Trinidad. Diana Benskin is right. Deal with him. I'm incensed seeing him on TV talking all this shit. Yeah, because honestly, man, my name is Gregory Douglas. I'm an artist. I'm a dual citizen, but I retired from federal. I'm a cardiovascular technologist by profession. I worked at the San Fernando General Hospital for 8 years, and then I did 5 years at Moncton. I'm the first cardiovascular technician Trinidad and Tobago ever had. I was one of the first people to do an open heart procedure or angioplasty procedure with Dr. Ronald Henry as my director at Mount Hope. So I have a very good background, and you can talk to Dr. Ronald Henry and verify who I am. I worked for the VA Medical Center for 10 years. I retired in 2004. I took a lot of my retirement money back to Trinidad and set up a little business. I started a workshop in Aruca for the youths at night with Dr. While Kamala Prasad was in office. Mr. Lincoln Douglas can verify that. I had a program and I used to be taking the youths off the street at night. My art program was to keep them off the streets, get them interested into the arts, and try my best to see what I could do to probably, get some of them to travel with me when I go to do my work. I'm a member of the Los Angeles Arts Association, which is a prestigious one. So, and I do a very unique form of art very few people see. But I made a commitment and I went back home, my brother, to help to do something, because I saw what Kamala and they was doing. Never mind what he's saying, they were doing a lot. They spent a lot of money on the people. So what they're talking about, money that they see, is money that was being spent on people. A lot of grants was given to our young people. I know of people in my community who have kids who was autistic, and those young girls were in a state, of depending on men who would abuse them, and they were getting that little grant so they could go out to school. And under Kamala Prasad Bissessa, they can say what they want. I think I seen 5 of the most progressive years for black people in Trinidad and Tobago.
What is your name, sir? So what is your name?
Douglas.
Gregory Douglas?
Yeah.
And where you calling us from? What part of California?
Right now I'm in North Carolina at Fort Bragg because my daughter and her husband is sold there.
Okay.
So I'm visiting here.
Is it Dr. Gregory Douglas? Is it Dr. Gregory?
No, I would be considered as Mr. Gregory Douglas.
Okay, sir. Okay. Well, listen to this. Yeah. Right. So Devon, what we are saying is that, and I was just saying the same thing, and hold on a minute, Greg. What I'm saying is the same thing, is that during this pandemic here, so much fear was instilled into you guys in Trinidad and Tobago that you guys were absolutely clueless about what people outside of Trinidad and Tobago was facing. And we here were in the belly of the beast. And we have a person on here, Teisha, who went through all kind of trouble and tribulations with respect to the policy of the government. And today, Devon, use a PNM. I am a supporter of the PNM. COVID-19 is rampant in Trinidad and Tobago. We in United States of America not facing what you are facing in Trinidad, right? And what I'm saying is that, yes, you lock down the borders for 6 months, good. But when you lock down the borders for over a year, over 1 year, 1 year, that is unacceptable. And I could never, I'm a full 100% PNM supporter. I could never sit back idly, Devon, right, and following that policy that a party I support. So let me say this.
Well,
thank you very kindly. 1 minute, Devon. Hold on a minute, Devon. Hold on a minute. Let me just get you call off. Gregory.
Just before you take your call, let me answer that one time.
Yeah, hold on a minute, Gregory. Gregory, hold 1 minute. Hold 1 minute. Yeah, go ahead, Devon.
What happened when we had the COVID-19 again in Trinidad and Tobago? What was happening also internationally, I don't know if you would have realized it, was that most of the information on social media was being censored. Am I wrong or right?
Censored? What did that have to do with locking down the borders?
What you are saying is that people in Trinidad, and you're right, people in Trinidad and Tobago did not know what was happening in America, nor we were blocked out via the social media in terms of you couldn't get information from what was happening in Europe because Facebook said that there was some copyright infringement with what was happening in Europe, so they couldn't allow people to get information from people in Europe really and truly. So there was a lot of chaos taking place throughout the world at that point in time. Now, I had a friend who was in Trinidad and Tobago who was doing a program with me also on the Fearless Warrior program, and she came to Trinidad for Carnival last year, and she never got to leave until the Americans sent a flight, and that was basically in December.
But Devon, you just raised a point there. Why didn't Trinidad send a flight and bring all the citizens back home?
Why they didn't send a flight?
Yeah, and bring all the citizens back home. So hold up, Devon, Gregory, we want to say thank you very kindly. Keep listening, okay? Tell a friend to tell a friend.
Living outside of
Trinidad. Bye-bye.
Are you aware of how many persons living outside of Trinidad and Tobago to say sending a flight? She was only one.
Hold a minute.
When they send a flight for you from America to Trinidad, don't feel you don't have to pay the flight, you know. You actually have to pay the money, and you have to pay more than the amount that you was accustomed paying. So if you were paying, let me say, $800 US to fly back to America to go to New York or something, right? Or $1,000 US to go back to America, you actually had to pay more than that, something $3,000-$4,000 more. So when people are talking about why they didn't send a plane, people would have they send the plane.
So Gary and Devon. Yeah, Devon, we gotta go for a quick break. Teisha, we see you on the line. Hold a minute, we're gonna go for a quick station identification. Be right back. Devon, stick and stay, okay? It's in the village with the dark triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us activists, the fearless warrior from Trinidad and Tobago, no other than Devon Welch. And we have with us on the line Teisha. And when we come back, Devon, I want you to hear Teisha's story. Because her story is a story of no other. And she was an exiled and stranded citizen. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the dark triplets.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the dark triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. Gary, go ahead, Gary. You wanted to say something? Teisha,
no, I want Teisha to go ahead first, and then I go.
Okay, all right. Teisha, go ahead. We have with us on the line. Teisha, welcome to WZYE 95.9 FM.
Welcome. Welcome, Anselm, Gary, Tony, and Diana.
Devon, can you hear Teisha?
Yes, I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, go ahead, Teisha. Yeah, he's hearing you. Go ahead. He's hearing you.
Well, I'm calling concerning Devon talking about stranded nationals and we bringing back in COVID, right? At the point
No, wait. I don't think Devon said anything about bringing back in COVID. I want to clarify that. He didn't say that. I was explaining to him that the fear of the government saying that exile and stranded citizens will bring back COVID into Trinidad and Tobago, and there's been no statistics to prove that exile and stranded citizens were responsible for bringing back any COVID in Trinidad and Tobago. And to me, I said this, it was just fear-mongering and fear tactics. Go ahead, Teisha.
Well,
Devon didn't say that.
I here tonight to tell Mr. Devon about people being stranded outside Trinidad. I was once stranded back then. 9 months it took me to reach back home. I had outreach to the PNM government, MPs, councillors. Mind you, I'm from Lavantil, and Stuart Young was my MP back then, right? I had reached to all of them begging to come back home. I was on an island, which is Totola. Didn't had no COVID-19, which is 85 minutes away from Trinidad. I asked for exemption since in March 2020, you understand? Because my flight was to be back home the 24th of March. I watched that your Prime Minister, Mr. Rowley, said that he was giving people 2 weeks to come get back in the country. Hold and behold, Mr. Stuart Young came on TV and said that he was giving everybody 2 days to get back home on the 21st of March. There's no way some people cannot make it back home, Mr. Devon, because the other countries done started to lock their borders. I was stranded for 9 months. I lost my baby in the presence of trying to get back home before midnight, the 21st of March. It cost me $2,445 US to spend a day and a night over there back then. I did not went over there to work. I went over there to prop my brother. He was ill back then. First time in my life I have ever traveled and leave Trinidad, leave my kids undone, and leave Trinidad to support my brother for surgery. It cost me 9 months. I had MPs. This is not about PNM, UNC, however it is there. But as I said again, I outreached to the PNM government because them is in power to reach back home for exemption. I outreached to members of the UNC and I was answered on many occasions. The reason why I'm pausing is because steam is blowing out of my ears telling this story. And people feel in their hearts that being stranded was a bed of roses. It was a nightmare, Mr. Devon. It was a nightmare. Why I watched that they was trying to place fears in people of Trinidad and Tobago back then, that we bringing back home COVID. I watched that your Prime Minister kept CPL, cricket. They invite other countries outside to come into our countries while our borders was being closed against the people who was born and grew in Trinidad. You understand? We had to beg to come back home. I watched Delcy and Shiklang came in for a meeting for half an hour, a whole half an hour, and while borders being closed, no questions, no answers. It had immigration officers back then in the BVI outreaching to Trinidad to take back their nationals. They was going to put us on a plane where the government didn't had was to pay any money. Just give us that okay to enter to Trinidad. They never respond. They never respond. I had Mr. Pakesh Ramadan aired my story in Parliament. I have proof. All these things what I'm saying here, I like to go with proof. Right? They was aware of the situation. I watched the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health and the Minister of National Security lie on the different conferences, stating that they were sending back home people who are elderly, who are sick, people who have young children, people who just went out of the country first time or whatever it is. Them would have been the first preference. Mind you, the first preference I got was 9 months after. And why did I get that preference? It's because everybody started to view my story all over the media, all over the papers. You understand?
So Teisha, stick a pin right there. So Devon, what we are trying to say here, and Teisha is in Trinidad. Now Teisha is back in Trinidad, and we are here in the United States of America. We have felt, Devon, that if the PNM knows that a person like me, who's a full supporter of the PNM, right, will actually you know, we Devon, what kind of calls here, boy?
Where take your call? No, what I could say, what I could say was
that her face now getting back into Trinidad.
Yeah, so hold the Teisha, Yeah, hold on, just hold on a minute.
It wasn't easy to get back home.
Yeah. No, I just want to get Devon. Devon, you see what it is that, you know, we here in the United States, you know, was fighting a battle that the government didn't understand. And if the government had reached out to us, we could have been a supporter of the government during this pandemic and had kind of show them things that they were not seeing, that we were in the belly of the beast.
Well,
We were in the belly of the beast.
Wall Street,
yeah, go ahead.
Wall Street, to be fair to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and this is not about...
Devon wants in the kitchen, I feel. So Devon doesn't be close to the stove for him to feel that he coming out of the stove. So he would know exactly and feel the people pain. And he would not talk all that kind of foolishness coming out his mouth.
No. Listen,
right?
ma'am. Listen.
Oh, Teisha, hold on.
No, but listen.
Teisha, hold on. No, Teisha, hold on. Teisha, hold on.
You may be talking from a position of hurt, and I can understand that. And a number of people who would have been stranded will be talking from a position of hurt. But let me give you the reality what would have transpired. Because Trinidad and Tobago was not only just operating ad hoc. They were getting professional assistance as well as expertise who were also advising them. Because you had the UN people in Trinidad and Tobago. You had the Americans who also helped in terms of building the hospital and advising the government of Trinidad and Tobago. You understand what I'm saying, Wall Street? You had to take it from all different angles.
Yeah, Devon, the science.
Hold on. To be fair to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, you had a lot of people who would have been given information, as well as you would have had an opposition who would have been also throwing the little bantering and thing. And I'm not talking about from the opposition standpoint, but I'm talking from the standpoint that, look, you would have had people who would have been advising the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And it is not no ordinary people like me and you who would have just been saying X, Y, and Z. You had people all from America who would have flown down here into Trinidad to look and see what is happening, to do research and all these different things. And they would have been the ones who would have been saying, look, do X, Y, and Z, because you remember we following the health ordinance also. And that was put into place.
So therefore, had people advised the government to keep cricket in the country while their stranded nationals was out there suffering.
That whole scenario, hold on. That scenario.
If we had people advising the Prime Minister or advising the government concerning with how to deal with COVID-19, whatever it is, their people was being stranded out there and they allow outsiders to come in and hold cricket.
Devon, I will say,
let me tell you this. Hold on. Let me tell you this. Because she asked the question in terms of holding of cricket. Now, these people would have been in the country months in advance before even the COVID would have transpired. Months in advance before the COVID.
No, Devon, I think there was in the country during COVID, Devon. No. I think there was in the country. Devon, no. Devon, I think the CPR was going on during COVID-19, not before COVID-19.
It was going on during the COVID-19 because... Right.
You understand? Because that is why, to me, I am feeling that is why they'll even lock us outside there due to the election. You understand? And I want to finish telling my story, Anson, because he need to know this. I had Mr. Stewart Young number on WhatsApp. I outreached to this man on numerous times. So you see this man reading my text, watching the blue tick, seeing him online. He'd never respond. I heard a voice one morning about minutes to 5, telling me, message him and tell him how you feel. And I asked this man, I said, sir, I don't know if he's our father. I have everything on my phone as record. I don't know if he's our father, so I don't know if he's our father, how it felt being without your child in a night much as a day. I have been doing this close to 8.5 months. I need to get back home. My story was aired. I started telling my situation. Mind you, this gentleman, from all these months, keep reading my text, never responded. It take me to put out my shame, and he was aware who I am. And this was his text back to me. Send your name and your email. I will grant you an exemption. You understand? Like, like he's a Lord. Like you had to put out your shame for the Lord to answer it for you to get a permission from the Lord. Because I how did us put it over, you understand, to people. We have to bow under them. And I did get my exemption, and it cost me close to 33,000 TT to get back home. I don't know what I was getting that money from, sir, because back then everybody had a flight to come back home. Up to this day, I never get refund for my ticket. So everything was all at loss. People wasn't out there working or not. You understand? I met Gary Mahabira and this team, what we on today, concerning with Stranded Nationals, and they threw a go for me to help me get back home. You understand? Your own government never outreached to none of the Stranded Nationals, more than tell us a sort of propaganda over the news. You understand? The exemption back then had 3 parts to get back home. And before even had to break it down to 3 parts, they keep changing the sites. The ministry keep changing the sites before for people to apply for exemption. You understand? When I reached the Barbados, I must give Miss Mia Motley props.
So Teisha, I wanted to hold it right there because Devon has to run. I promised him that he have to run. So hold it right there, Teisha. So Devon, I mean, what I want to say, Devon, is that, we knew Teisha's story up close and in person, and we knew many other people's story up close and in person. And the only thing that really bothered me is that I believe that everyone in the PNM government, none of us say everyone, most people in the PNM government know Wall Street as a PNM supporter. And I believe if I reached out to them and trying to inquire to them about help, right? And let me tell you this, Devon. I'll go close with this one, Devon. Amy Brown, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I've never said this before, I'm going to say it now. Amy Brown, who is Minister of Foreign Affairs, right? I sent him a note in order for him to come on the program, right? And I never knew he spoke to Gary Mahabir previously and told Gary Mahabir he's not coming on the program. I sent him a message. You know what he told me? He says, I'll come on the program in the future. I sent him back another message. I said, sir, very respectfully, does that mean tomorrow, next week, or 2025? He didn't have the common decency to respond to me. You see them? They're wicked and evil, Devon. They're wicked and evil. And I was saying over and over, they're wicked and evil. Because what? He's taking me for food. He already tell Gary he ain't coming, but he's telling me I will come next week or I will come later in the future. Devon, you see them? And yeah, look, don't make that vex tonight, Devon. Wait, Teisha, wait a minute, Teisha. Teisha, wait a minute. Devon, I want to, hold on. Devon, Teisha, hold a minute. Devon, I want to apologize to you, seriously, because I didn't bring you here for that. That's not what I brought you here for. I apologize.
My back is broad in Wall Street.
I'm apologizing because it really hurt me.
Why we apologizing?
Diane, I am apologizing for what I just did. Not Gary.
I ain't apologizing for you. When women are suffering under the PNM establishment, the homeless, the hungry, the can't feed the children, no. Don't go to me because I put my money where my mouth is. You hear what I tell you? Don't go there with me. I want to hear this before he leave, right?
All right. Let quickly, Teisha. Devon had to run.
This is the worst on top of all.
Yeah.
After I get back home to Trinidad and I was in quarantine at the home of football, I was sent back home after I was being stranded for close to 9 months. I was sent home after quarantine under the Ministry of Health. I was sent home to my children after so much months being locked outside without even getting my 2 COVID test results. Under the health system, where they say everything, they have everything in a order. You understand? And they was talking about if they open the borders, stranded nationals, Trinidadians will bring back in COVID. Imagine they housed me for 7 days, take 2 COVID-19 tests from me and send me back home straight to my door. Who they was trying to fool? Who they was trying to fool? I have real questions to ask these people, and after all of them play with these people and them mental, interfere with these people's mind, broke up homes. Well, they mash up people's lives.
All right, so Teisha, hold it right there. Hold it right there, Teisha. Hold it right there.
No, but ma'am, what I will do is I will look into that matter, in that you would have been sent home without getting your COVID test. But did you get any assistance from the Ministry of Social Development?
Well, Devon, here's what we could do, right? I don't want to hold you any longer, right? Because I appreciate you giving the time for us to come in. But what we had to do, Devon, we had to bring you back when you have time. Because when you come in the village, we need time, boy. Because we need to address plenty things in the village, boy. Plenty things. So, Devon, before you go, any closing words, man?
Well, what I can do, I can promise you.
You understand his speech, everything what he put together before he come in the village, to let the people know he run out of words. That is why he can't stay to here.
No, Teisha, no, you had to go. No, Teisha, no. It's me.
I wait, and Devon, I just want to tell you, I took in a stranded citizen, and I was not vaccinated, and me catching no COVID. So I don't know what nonsense, all it was putting up propaganda. The Gary went and picked she up from wherever she got put out of. I had her in my home, and I wasn't vaccinated, and she ain't give me no COVID. I don't talk.
And Diana, we gotta bring this guy back and give him a real education. So you let him go. We can catch up again, brother.
Hey,
Devon.
Teisha, thank you very much. Teisha, thank you so much.
When we finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
What I can do, I can promise you this Tuesday.
All right.
I can promise you this Tuesday to come back on your program, because I know a number of people may want to ask a number of questions.
Yeah. There are plenty of questions for you.
We still have the October revolution that these people want to push in this country. Even though we're coming out of a pandemic, we have to look at the THA election. So I will give you all the Tuesday. I'll give you all.
Your new name is Devon Van Winkle. All right, I got
Devon, I want to thank you very kindly. Any closing words before you go, Devon? Devon, any closing words before you go, man? Any closing words before you go?
All right. Well, I just want to thank you all for coming on this program and to clear up a few things, and make the public more aware of what is happening. And I'll be back on Tuesday. Once I invite me, I'll be here.
No, we're going to invite you, man. Thanks a lot, Devon. We appreciate it, man.
All right.
Thank you. All right, man. Yeah. All right.
Thanks for coming on.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. I didn't get a chance to really deal with you tonight, but we'll deal with it.
Well, look, comments tonight. And all you already have the next guest in the background,
Devon Van Winkle. That's what he named. I crown him that. So he like to sleep.
Yeah. Hey. Oh God, look Skippy going, boy.
You see the distraction? There's so much distraction that the real issues are not even being invented.
But Diana, here what I was apologizing for, and my wife just tell me that all the time. Others, when I hear certain things, man, and I don't have a problem with you defending your party, but with that exile and stranded citizen, boy, that trigger more off again. It really trigger more off, because we know what the people was going through, and we know the fear that was put into the people in Trinidad and Tobago. And we have some people here in the chat. They were fearful too.
And the fear didn't go anywhere. That's
right. And they were hearing it. Right?
As a matter of fact, right now on the ground, there's still this fear. Not only that, but what's more interesting is that there's so much distraction about this, that, and the other thing. Even the October Revolution, this, that. The distractions are so many that the people are being hoodwinked, bamboozled, taken advantage of, getting lack of services.
Let me bring in the next guest before in Tobago, before the something busts out, yes? Let me bring in the next guest. Let me bring in the next guest. No other than Barrington. You're so dark, boss. Barrington Skippy Thomas, you're dark, man, you're light.
Well, Barrington, you have the name of my father-in-law. So I go with you easy. Because I liked my father-in-law. He was a nice man.
Barrington, yeah, he gonna put on a light.
You like most Jamaicans are named Barrington. Where you get his name from, Barrington?
He's a Tobagonian man.
Oh, well, my father-in-law was named Barrington, so I'm going easy on you.
Good evening, Mr. Skippy.
He not muted.
Your mic.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, he's smoking too.
He's smoking too?
Just like my father-in-law too. Yeah, go ahead. I don't like him already. I like him already.
I really is the face dark and the eyes be red because like really medicated and don't want a serious bug, yeah.
So Skippy, let me just introduce you to the people here. It's in the village with the dark triplets. The D is Diana. Diana is considered to be the storm. I am handsome. They call me Flash of Wall Street. G is Gary. Gary Mahabe is considered to be the phantom. And we have another person that's Tommy. Tommy is considered to be the outside child by the ladies in the chat. And Skippy, people in the chat wanted Skippy Barrington Thomas to come in on the program. So that's when I decided that I will reach out to you, in order for you to come into the program. How are you doing tonight, Skippy?
Well, as I said, a bit under the weather, but under these circumstances, I shouldn't complain.
Ma, you need some ginger and Zebra Peak and what's going on with you?
No, there's Zebra Peak out. That out.
Well, that's what you need. And ginger and garlic and soursop leaf and you need that a good rub down. I bet you that thing come out there, wherever it is.
Actually, what I did. So, and I must admit, it's one of the experiences yesterday that still gave me some hope. Well, hope is not the word I want to use, but it's still, it put a smile on my face. At least I said, we're still in a pleasant place, living in a pleasant place. Because, and I'm not in Tobago, I'm in Trinidad. And I was able to get up, walk around the compound. So I saw some lemongrass. Then I saw a lemon tree, rough lemon with lemon on it. Then I saw what we call it Tobago greater wood, the sage. I saw sage. Then I saw some tree. So I was able to still put something together and boil it. Yeah. So
all right.
And that may sound, and ordinarily we may take these things for granted, but that experience is really a luxury to many, yeah.
And the wonder of the world. Need that
and
too.
So it's what, yeah.
I saw Trinidad going in, I saw Trinidad going in. So we talking and I'm sure older than you. So I know my medicine.
I live on the and.
Right?
So I live on the and.
I know I'm older than you. Let's go. Answer.
Yeah.
So Skippy, welcome to the village, the Dark Triplet. It's a pleasure to have you in here. And Skippy, you are a person who has been involved in politics in Trinidad for quite some time, right? Yeah. And I saw a post that you put up lately, right? The last post, and I want to read it for you and get your and get your feedback on this, But before we say that, Skippy, are you supporting any of the parties in the Tobago election, or are you sitting out that Tobago election, or you don't have you watching?
It's neither here nor there for me, because as I speak to you now, neither side had given me Okay, let me say it this way. It is from my experience in the politics on both sides of the arrangement, from being in the crowd, clapping, when most of the time you don't know what the hell you're clapping, but you're clapping because everybody clapping and is the leader, to leaving school early, primary school that is, to stick up posters, then entering it at an electoral level, then going on the party's national executive, then sitting in a seat in governance. So I understand the politics well. And in hindsight, there is no doubt in my mind, having the benefit of hindsight, that politics and politicians are very unhealthy for the people of Trinidad and Tobago at this time. And so my position with politics now, as I advocate to a lot of people, is don't join the bandwagon. Assess the boat or assess the platforms and what they have to say and find a way to reconcile it with your own individual interests and vote for whichever you think would assist in the furtherance of your interests. So as for me, I have some properties in Tobago and I am, 43 now, so I want to start to make arrangement for retirement. And so what I want to hear from the platforms is a very sound reason, a sound and legitimate reason why I should invest in Tobago as my retirement spot or sell what is in Tobago and consider better international options for retirement, simply put. Yeah. So on that basis, I'm not saying I'm completely out. I'm saying I'm listening to everything all of them have to say. And so far, I'm not impressed with nothing.
The same thing I be saying, Skippy. Same thing I be saying. I never voted in Trinidad and Tobago because I left there when I was younger. And I don't like what I heard historically from the opposition. And I definitely don't like what the PNM doing to the people right now. So if I had my card, they wouldn't give me back my ID card. Some la. But if I had the opportunity to vote, they had to work hard. And my vote, it was decided on me who would run Trinidad and Tobago. They had to work hard for that. They have to work hard for it. That is what I try to tell Trinbagonians. Stop with the UNC, PNM, this and that. Identify as a Trinbagonian first, and you'll see.
I mean, for me personally, it's neither here nor there, right? But here, one of the things that agonize me, and I'm not afraid to call people's name, especially once I'm convinced what I'm saying is the truth. I have looked carefully at how the activists generally are being treated. I mean, for me, God has blessed me with an intelligent mind, so I have pursued academia. So, and I have international training and qualifications. I could take a plane and go anywhere and work. I don't need the politics for a job. But my mind really do run on activists like Patricia Harry, Lynette Abraham, and that is on the UNC side. My mind do run on these people very, very often. And I ask myself, after all the effort and commitments they make to the party, you telling me the party have won something like, 7 of the regional corporations. You tell me none of these people, you can't spread them out and give them a check out somewhere to keep them in the abeyance of governance until we return. And then we had the bite of the cherry twice. Why are these activists who were there with you from foundation still experiencing mendicancy? And it happens in the PNM as well. Sometimes I listen to the PNM activists and it doesn't even know if to be angry with them or sympathetic with them. But I'll tell you what is the reality with it. Because when I thought those were options that we could give to the activists, unfortunately or fortunately, I saw a list from the UNC. And I saw they found jobs for persons in the constituency office. Unfortunately, all those persons, they found jobs for 9,000, 10,000, 15,000, 23,000 of Indian descent. And I'm borrowing money to gamble because I've been there from foundation. Half of those people I see on that list have not worked as hard as the Patricia Harris and the Lynette Abrahams and and when you look at the PNM, it is the same old. So there's no doubt in my
Skippy,
mind.
some people will say that it's sour grapes, because they may say that it's sour grapes because you're now on the outside of the UNC, and that's why you're saying that. What do you say about that?
Well, one of the things I don't waste time on doing is responding to nonsense. So who is of the view that is sour grapes? I don't know what that means, because I premise my position by saying, in fact, when we were in government, I earned less. I'm happy to be back in private practice. I'm happy to be back in the private sector. I was suffering when I was in government.
So Skippy, here is the
I go back to the point. I go back to the point I was making. Not every activist may be as fortunate as me and a number of others with professions that we can rely upon. And there must be a way to treat these people. Let me tell you something. Brian Bigg is a lawyer, just like me. But Brian Bigg, in addition to what money he's making in the courthouse, is getting $9,000 a month from Rai Rugby's constituency office. Taxpayers are paying for that. My position is, if Brian Bigg is a lawyer, surely there must be other activists who could be considered, even if you have to share that money in three to sustain them. That is the point I am making.
So Skippy, I want to get back to that activist thing, because I think it's important something. I just wanted to look on the screen there. It says, on the screen, it says, this is something that you posted recently. It says, I'm a UNC and proud. Diwali Day 20, gifts of roti, curry, this and curry, that, parasite and sweets. Me, Kamla was good. We can't win any election without as leader Diwali. I am cooking pigtail pilau. Right? I mean, I looked at it and I was trying to make sense of it. I didn't want to come to some conclusion of what you meant. But what were you trying to say?
I'm kind of disappointed that you actually attempting to assess that intellectually, particularly.
well, Skippy, some of us are not as intelligent as you. You know what I mean?
No, particularly since it was just humor. It was just humor.
But I didn't know. You see. But there we go. Here we go. But Skippy, rather than me coming to a conclusion, I asking you the question. I could have made an assumption, so I'm asking you the question.
Well, that is fair enough, but let me make it clear. And it was just humor. In fact, for Diwali, we had a line. And then it hit me. I said, when we were in government, and when I was the star black boy, and I was the black star, I had to give away roti skin, give away prasad, give away curry. This, I know some Hindus that came and say, we don't cook meat on this day, but Nana send this for you, Nani send that for you, Chacha send that for you, because they know you won't eat it without the meat, so they will still breach their religion and curry a piece of goat, curry stew a piece of chicken. I was their favorite black son, but that is when I was UNC and proud. And so when I say Kabla have to go, I didn't even read, and nobody even gave me a baffy. It was just humor, nothing else. It was just humor.
Well, Skippy, what I like to do is that I read it and I couldn't decipher exactly what you meant. So I say, you know what? When Skippy come on the program, I will ask him what he meant. Right?
No,
and I think that's the fair thing to do. So rather than me trying to interpret what you mean.
Well, that is fair enough. And that is fair enough. But for me, it was just humor. But I tell you what, while it was just humor, who could identify with it in a much deeper way? Then I would not be upset if it provides introspection.
Wait, Skippy.
If it provides the trigger for introspection for some.
Skippy, you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. You see, right? You tell me that it was humor, but then you're saying,
it was.
Yeah, but you're saying if people take it and they want to take it in a certain way, it's okay, right? So you want to say
it's provided some introspection, triggering some introspection, I won't be disappointed.
But
Anselm,
yeah.
I'm a poet, right?
Yeah.
So he's poetic there. He's trying he's using prose. He's using prose to
Diana, you see that part? Me, Kamala must go. We can't win an election as leader. You see that one? I don't know if that could consider to be a joke. I don't know. I don't know if that could consider to be a joke.
Well, I assure you it was.
All right. If Skippy say it was a joke, it was a joke then. All right.
It's no more serious than Kamaldeen Mohammed advising Eric Williams to invade America. Say, Chief, when countries invade America and they mash up the place, America does now, and they lose, America does give them money, Eric Williams asks Kamal, suppose we win.
Now, Skippy, there is another important point. You talk about activists. When you spoke about activists, I want you to listen to this now, and I want to get your feedback on this. Take a listen. Take a listen to this.
Let's do something about it. So I decided to bring our activists together. I called them individually. The first person I called was Jason De Silva. I called him. He said he's interested in it. Then I called him a day with Joel D'Souza. So Joel D'Souza and I talking to Jason, and we all agree, yeah, let's come together. And I called Vicky, I called Ravi, I called Skippy, and I called David. And we all decided, and Skippy called a brother called Leroy George from Tobago, and we all decided to come together to form the Breakfree movement. Ladies and gentlemen, it was 3 weeks ago today. Exactly 21 days. That was on July the 11th. Sunday, July the 11th. We had a soft launch, an introductory launch of the Breakfree movement. Ladies and gentlemen, today, 3 weeks later, and less than 3 weeks later, the Breakfree movement is no more.
Skippy, we want to hear from you, right? Because your name was called, right? And I felt that you were talking about activists and the way the UNC treat their activists, right? What happened with that Breakthrough movement? Was it that some politician paid off some individuals, or what actually happened with the Breakthrough movement?
Well, considering the Trinidad landscape, such a suspicion, if I were an investigator, would be the first issue that I'll pursue. But I don't know who paid off. My recollection of the event may vary differently from others, but it was a long time ago. But what I recall is that Wall Street, I suspect you're asking me these things because, I'm sort of like brutal honest, and I think you expected me to go and beat it. So let me just say this, right? Let me just say this. I know that there was some conflict of schedules to begin with. But to me, if schedules are conflicting, those are things you can manage. Surely schedules are things you can manage and reconcile. And then I remember the young boy, Devon Welch. Well, he's like
You mean David Welch? David Welch.
David Welch, yeah.
David
Or
Welch.
something. Yes.
Yeah, David Welch. Yeah, David Welch.
He will had a packed agenda of things to do, which include, delivering social aid and so to the mendicant, etc. Things were just opening back, and so the lady Joel D'Souza was just starting to crank back up her business. So the economy was opening, and her sphere of business were one of the business that were allowed to open after a long while. I have a PhD to defend, and that was during that time, was one of the critical crunch time issues for me with that as well. And God's passion, which was a very pure passion and a very noble passion, his passion caused some demand on a lot of people's time. The schedules were not reconciling. There were no efforts to reconcile our scheduling, so we could all settle down a day when we, free. And it really, unfortunately, boiled down to when I saw the message from Joel first that, she's unable to continue participating. And then I saw David Welch.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, he can't continue at this time. I think Leroy is a candidate or prospective candidate for an election there in Tobago. And so he said he can't commit the time required. And it was my position to use the Eric Williams arithmetic, 1 from 10 leave not. So if everybody, for reasons known to them, were committed to their own individuality, then I saw no reason for me to sacrifice the efforts that are required and demanded from me to attend.
Skippy, think about this, right? If this failed, right, as far as trying to put activists together, we can cancel Christmas as far as any activists trying to get together as far as the UNC is concerned, because I don't know if the PNM have done it. I mean, you all can cancel Christmas because here you have Skippy, right? You have David Welch, right? You have Vicky Ramprasad, right? You have Guy Christopher, you have the Silver, you have all the prominent activists in the UNC, and in 3 weeks, all the late mash up. I mean,
I don't know. Well, I hear you with that. But everybody, as I said, it had individual reasons to pull out. After 3 serve notice, it was clear to me then that sacrificing my PhD studies can't fix Trinidad and Tobago, and I continue to pursue that.
So Skippy, there's no revitalization of the Breakfree movement. It's done, over with. Cancel Christmas, it's over.
Well, I don't know. Nobody have communicated anything about it to me since. In fact, you're the first person in a long while that raised it with me.
Oh boy, when I from an outsider looking in, Skippy, I was very happy to see that you all were trying to unite, and get things moving in the UNC. I thought it was a great thing. I really honestly thought it was a great thing. So that means to say that.
I want to really comment. I want to commend God. Really, really want to commend God for the initiative. And as I've said to all of them, and I'd say it now again, if the opportunity to revitalize it raise its head, then I'm still here.
But Skippy, is it that God was the person who people feel that maybe have too much leadership ability, and it's very straightforward that they didn't want to deal with him?
Well, I don't know. And the truth is, as I said, I never really internalized the issue, except what I can say is that the leadership that God provided during that period, it was a very consensual one. So at no time he dictated the pace. In fact, at all times, in fact, there are times we had very heated meetings. We did the meeting online and so Zoom. And God would have had very adamant position and the majority did not agree and he fall in line. So it was never about God being a strong-handed leader. At all time, he was very consensual.
Skippy, do you think the UNC can win another?
My position with that, and this might be my final word on it, unless you have another question about it. But my position on that is, as I said, I think that those who came together for that effort, it was noble, it was worthwhile. Unfortunately, again, individual schedules have caused it to dismantle itself. But as I said, I really do hope the day will come when it can be revitalized. And if it is, I'm prepared to work with everybody again.
But Skippy, I hear you, right? And this is the last question. I hear you, Skippy. But Skippy, don't you also in the back of your mind believe that maybe some politicians believe that this organization was going to be too powerful and they couldn't let it, germinate to come into a real Breakfree movement because it will become too powerful in the UNC, and some politicians decide that they don't want that to happen in the UNC?
Well, it is my suspicion. It really is my suspicion. It really, really is my suspicion. In fact, you see, one of the things I don't like to do, is burn bridges in the event you may have to cross them. So reluctantly, I'm going to say that I think it's Joel D'Souza who intimated a position that the UNC have asked her to get out of the group part because they have plans for her in the future. David Welch were very busy with a lot of UNC charitable activities. So there's no, for months you're on social media pleading and soliciting for items to distribute to the mendicant. But as soon as you mobilize yourself into a group with other activists to move forward in a positive way, all of a sudden the UNC have warehouses of items and food stuff for you to distribute. So yes, my position is that the UNC may have interfered with it, unfortunately.
Okay, so there you go. So all right, thanks for answering the question. And Skippy, last thing, right, for me, I want to take something out of what you posted on Facebook, and I want to ask you a question. Do you believe the UNC can win another election in Trinidad and Tobago with the leadership, under the leadership of Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessor? You've been in the belly of the beast.
No.
You know it's the UNC. You've been there, right?
Why I'm studying already, You didn't have to prompt me to get a no. You don't have to convince me to say no. The answer is no.
Okay. I just asked. You see, Skippy, I don't like to take things for granted, you know what I mean? I don't want to, read into stuff and try to figure out stuff on my own. So I ask the questions. People know I ask a lot of questions, a lot of questions, So Skippy, other than, so you really kind of remove yourself, You have kind of removed yourself from politics. What are you doing with yourself lately?
No, sorry. No, I didn't say it.
I said you have removed yourself from politics. What are you doing? You're still doing your program.
I have a very successful law practice that is doing.
Okay. You're still on radio, Skippy? Are you still doing a radio program?
Oh, yeah. So, I'm still with 102. So still with 102, I have a very reasonable but growing law practice, and I do some engineering consultancy with 3 major firms. One is also based in Canada. I have interest in the Caribbean and in Guyana, in fact, specifically. So yeah, that is how I spend my days.
I need an attorney.
Sorry?
I need an attorney. I want to fight the government of Trinidad and Tobago to get back my ID card. That's something you just handle?
Well,
Skippy, somebody want to know, somebody say, what practice he say you into? Somebody want to know what practice are you into?
I don't know what that means.
What is your specialty? What is your specialty?
Yeah, what is your specialty?
Real estate, matrimonial, immigration?
No, public law.
Okay, so good. You practice in Trinidad and Tobago?
Trinidad and Tobago and in England and Wales.
Good. I need someone to take on my case to make the government of Trinidad give back my ID card.
No, we can't. No, we can't.
Why you can't
discuss this up here.
Okay, good.
Skippy,
all right, good.
Someone say.
No, you can't give me instructions. It's considered unethical. Yeah.
Yeah, Skippy,
I know.
Someone says regarding your no, someone says you will eat that words in 2025, Barrington. Regarding your words and Miss Kamla Prasad Besessa.
Well, let me put it this way. If I have to respond to every animal that bleat in the barn, then I'll be a schizophrenic farmer.
Skippy, let me say, so Skippy, this is what, right? We want to thank you so much, Skippy, for taking the time to come on the program. Now, Skippy, before you go, right, if you had to send a message to the opposition leader of the United National Congress, Mrs. Kamla Prasad Besessa, what would your message to her?
My position is that I have no message to send to Kamla Prasad Besessa. Kamla must be left to fall on her own sword. So if I have to send a message, if you're insisting I do, it would be to make sure the edge of her sword is sharp enough so the agony would be minimized when she fall on her own sword.
Skippy Barrington Skippy Thomas, I'd like to thank you so very kindly for joining us here in the village. Any closing words before you go?
Well, thanks for having me. And so could go back to taking some medication and back to bed. Thanks.
All right, Skippy. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
All right. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Yeah, bye.
Good evening, Skip.
All right, guys. Yeah. Boy, I don't know about that one, huh?
I meant to say good night.
Huh?
I said I meant to say good night to Skippy.
Yeah. I don't know about that one. I didn't see Gary. Gary like he going, but I didn't see.
Very interesting.
Okay. All right. Hey, you see? Oh, let me bring back Gary in, buddy. Gary, you're back.
Gary, what do you think of what he had to say?
Gary.
He's busy. Okay.
Only woman to the you see Diana, Gary and Tommy. Watch now. Them fellas may be happy when the MPs from the UNC come in and ask them to send a message to the Prime Minister, right? How many people have come into the program and asked them to send a message to the opposition leader? How many people?
He must be the first.
No, he's the second.
Okay.
The second. You see? I mean, and the only person, right, is Little Ron Horner. But I expect that from him. Right? No, Ron, I apologize. No. Oh, no, yeah. It's Little Ron Horner. And he cousin Breadstick. Little Ron Horner and Breadstick. Hey, I see my partner. But look, Melissa, look, Melissa.
Long time no see.
No, I didn't see before. Melissa, welcome back, Melissa. I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen Melissa in a while. Where have you been, Melissa?
Oh boy, here we go.
Now, Fish 6 say we didn't ask Fearless to send a message to Rowley. And I'm glad we didn't. Because
you know what? But why you gonna ask him a message to send to Dr. Rowley?
You're right. He is Devon Van Winkle. He's asleep. He could be talking about, he no suffering.
But
Please.
yeah, if Vonnie says he was there, we asked Skippy about the election early and yeah. Oh God, Lana, that's a good one. Yeah. Lana said tonight show we had a hibernating one and a Skippy skipping. Oh God, yeah, right. Yeah, Lana, that's a good one. Oh God. Always say nothing wrong with Skippy.
What?
Nothing wrong with Skippy. Yeah. I don't know that. I see something there just now, but I don't know.
Teisha said answer me. You're afraid to answer. She called.
Who's that? Teisha? Yeah, Teisha, you could call anytime, boy. No. You know we don't play like that here in the village, Teisha. Nah, we ain't going down so at all. Hey, look, my next friend Nadia, Wall Street, Rowley in power. Nadia, where Claudia? Claudia there? Claudia, is Claudia there, Diana?
I think she was there earlier.
Rose there, Claudia there, Lana coming tonight. Yeah, look, Claudia here, boy. Claudia says, Skippy, you can't trust anybody who jumps ships. No time, no how. You did it once, you will do it again for convenience. Okay.
And Slim and the crew, I got to the point where I don't want to hear nothing about PNM. I don't want to hear nothing about UNC.
But Tony, you back home, you're hard-hearted, boy. You're hard-hearted.
Don't want to hear nothing about neither of them. None of them. I don't care.
Why? Why, Tony?
Because they're all full of crap.
Yep.
They don't care about the people.
No, they don't.
All they care about is power and abusing it when they get it. I don't even want to hear about them because as far as I'm concerned, nobody really cares about the people in Trinidad and Tobago.
Nope.
Nobody. They really don't care. When you really analyze it.
But Tommy, I wouldn't say they don't care about the people. I will say they care of some of the people. Because you can't put a broad brush and say they don't care about anybody.
The majority of the people they don't care about the majority of the people. So if you don't care about the masses, you don't care about the people, if you don't care about the masses, if you only care about your inner circle, you don't care about the masses, but you don't care about them, you don't care about the people.
Tommy, isn't that the system though? We talk about the system all the time. Isn't that part of the system that we have to change?
I beg to differ because look here, Joe Biden fought, Nancy Pelosi fought, and you know what? They get that bill passed on a bipartisan, that big $1 trillion whatever for the infrastructure. They have the differences, but it's going to benefit the country and the people. So don't tell me that can't go on in Trinidad and Tobago. You can put aside your differences and work with for the betterment of Trinidad and Tobago. Number one, you have a biased Speaker of the House. Yeah, I call it she out. She biased. Yeah, you may be for you're a member of the incumbent party, but you, madam, you are supposed to look out for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Make sure the opposition and the incumbent is doing their job by the Constitution and stop acting one-sided. That is what's going on there. Yeah, listen, let me finish my statement. You need a non-biased Speaker of the House. I don't care. And if Dr. Rowley coming at you, snarl back at him. I am the Speaker of the House, and until I'm not, don't come at me with no biased nonsense that is not for the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the betterment of Trinidad. That's the problem right there.
So we're gonna leave on that. We're gonna go for a quick station identification. Our next guest is already in the village in the background waiting for us. Of course, folks, it's In the Village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. And when we come back, we're going to quickly address Diana's statement there, and then we're going to go to our guest. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. Send a village to the Dark Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. So Diana, let me address that quickly, and then we're gonna go to Dr. Rishi Seecharan, who's waiting for us in the background. Diana,
go ahead.
In the politics of and the system that we have in Trinidad and Tobago is that the party that wins the most seats selects the Speaker of the House. Until that system change, most of the time the Speaker is going to be pro the party in power. Until the system change. Because party come, party go, the same thing happens. So I'm not going to blame one party against the next party because it happens over and over and over for whichever party is in power. And they select the speaker is normally pro that party. Until we change that system, we're spinning top in mud.
Anselm, regardless of who's in office, the infrastructure is crumbling. The public services are lousy, and nobody seems to really care about it. As a matter of fact, the people who support who's running things, they're good with it. They're good with everything. So,
but that's exactly right, Tommy. That's exactly right.
And answer, can I respond to you when
you're
you're done?
Power, I am good with what things happening. Right? When the next party is in power, we are good with things happening. Diana, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you, and we're going to go to the doc right now.
No,
Diana,
but I just wanted to respond to you just briefly.
Go ahead.
Briefly. According to tttparliament.org, right, about the Speaker of the House, and I'm going to, try and precede this that I read. In Trinidad and Tobago, the Speaker, or in his or her absence, the Deputy Speaker presides over each sitting in the House of Representatives. The Speaker of the House is considered the guardian of privileges of the members of the House of Representatives, and the chief characteristics required are authority and impartiality. The Speaker is also responsible for the general management of the administration of the House. The Constitution provides that when the House of Representatives first meet after the election, blah, 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 the Speaker of the House among members of the House who are not ministers of parliamentary secretaries. Persons who are not members or either the House of Representatives or the Senate may be elected, provided he is a citizen or she of Trinidad and Tobago. The Speaker of the House is supposed to act with impartiality.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. You just proved my point. You just exactly proved my point.
And I've been saying it. She's not acting impartial. She's acting in the interest of the incumbent.
The system in place, it's been like that.
And they need to change.
But I was trying to tell you.
And I hear you. And so I'm only echoing what you're saying. So we're agreeing that she's acting. We're agreeing that she's acting with bias and impartial. She's not acting impartial. And for the future of Trinidad and Tobago.
Because in Trinidad and Tobago have been acting like that.
Well, then give me the work then. Give me the work.
You can't get the work just yada. You can't just get the work.
Give me the work and I can show you impartiality. Give me the work now. Give me the job. I have a degree. I can speak different language. I know too much of the Constitution. I could study and pass an exam. I know MOOCs. I'm a graduate of St. Augustine Girls High. Give me the work now. Give me the work and I can show you impartiality.
If we give you the work, just
Trinidad and Tobago. Well, give me the work, but she ain't doing it. She's not doing it.
Let me say a special welcome to Mr. Rishi, Dr. Rishi Seecharan.
Hi, good night, everyone.
Yeah, welcome.
Hi, Dr. Seecharan. How are you? I am calm now. I'm calm now.
Welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Seecharan.
Good night, everyone. Yeah.
Welcome to In the Village with the Dark Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, it's DAG Dag. You know, the D is Diana. Diana is considered the storm. That is the person you heard just now there.
Right.
I am Hanson. The Flash, considered to be Wall Street. That is the person who you also heard just now there. And then we have Gary. Gary is considered to be the Phantom. And then we have one other person with us. It's Tommy. Tommy is considered to be the love child by the ladies in the chat. Dr. Seecharan, welcome to In the Village of the Dark Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM.
Thanks. Thank you for having me.
Mm. So Doc, you know, when we bring a doctor into the village, right? You know, sometimes we have all different type of doctors, right?
Right.
And we want to ask you, right, what is your position on mandatory vaccination in Trinidad and Tobago?
As a party, we do not support mandatory vaccination. So we are saying that vaccines should be an offer and not a choice. And what we did not advocate mandatory vaccination of children between the ages of 12 to 18 to attend school, and we were saying that it should be a choice. Even in adults, vaccination should be a choice, and it should not be mandatory, except, in my opinion, in healthcare settings where the person's job would be to interact with severely ill or medically compromised persons.
Mm. Now, Doc, explain to the listeners and to our people who are in the chat, you know, what is your background as far as the doctor is concerned? What is your background?
Well, I'm actually a dental surgeon. I'm a dentist, but I actually I just got my law degree as well, and I'm the member of Parliament for Caroni East. But I've studied the COVID-19 situation since the start of it, as well as my 3 younger brothers are medical doctors. I actually have 2 of them in the States practicing right now. And one is down here, still in Trinidad and Tobago.
So, Doc, I want to take you back to when we first started this program here on WZYE 95.9 FM, and we were advocating for exile and stranded citizens at that point in time because we are not doctors, right?
Yeah.
But we were advocating because we see what was happening, and we felt that from an outsider looking in, that science didn't really say that locking out exile and stranded citizens, right, and saying that if you allow them to come back into the country, they will bring back in COVID-19.
Yeah, so that was a flawed strategy, and throughout it all, our political leader Kamala Prasad Bisesta had said, bring back our citizens, allow them to return to their home country, the land of their birth. And what we saw is, even when we changed the Minister of National Security from Stuart Young to Minister Fitzgerald Hines, and he said that there would be an increased emphasis in border control. We saw that the Venezuelan population was still coming into our country as they wished, and even with a lockdown, we got the Delta variant in Trinidad and Tobago, and with community spread. So, and it did not come through the airports because we caught many cases with our quarantine system. Persons that landed in Trinidad and Tobago and eventually became COVID-19 positive and were tested and found to be Delta variant positive. And it most likely came in through an illegal immigrant, as did the Brazilian variant, and probably as well as the original coronavirus as well.
So, Doc, someone asked a question, Dr. Seecharan, if a person had bad experience with the second dose of vaccine, do you recommend a 3rd shot?
Yeah, so it depends on what you consider a bad experience. So, like myself, when I got the 1st shot, I got severe fever and pains and headaches and body pains and all these things. I got it on the 1st shot, and when I got that for 2 days, about 48 hours. And when I did the second shot, I got nothing. And some persons will get nothing with the first shot, and they would get all the symptoms with the second shot. And it all depends on your body's immune system. And what you actually want is you want that to happen, because what that means is your body is forming an antibody response to the vaccine and the virus, and it'll form a memory of what happened there, so that when you actually contract COVID-19, if you do contract it, your body will have a quick memory on how to react to COVID-19.
Doc, what brand shot did you take?
I took the AstraZeneca.
Okay. Yeah, totally good question. You know, Doc, I was going to ask a question, right?
Yeah.
And I don't understand this. So we take a first shot, we take a second shot,
A booster.
and then we have to go and take a booster shot.
Yeah.
I mean, somehow, you know, now I don't teach no kind of medicine in school. I teach global business management, and organizational behavior, right? And I'm trying to wrap my mind around 6 months ago, you didn't know that there was a possibility that you would have, and I know the Delta variant and other variants are coming out. But, you know, I'm trying to be convinced about this booster shot, and it just ain't boosting my mind. And it's not giving me that boost to want to do the booster.
So what happened is one of the first countries that got a high level of vaccination was Israel. So Israel reached 70% vaccination of their population quite early on this year, because they had pre-ordered vaccines for their population, and so they got their vaccination program rolled out much quicker than many other countries. And then they realized that they were going into a surge of cases, even though most of their population was vaccinated. Persons were becoming ill again, not severely ill in terms of deaths and hospitalization, but they were becoming COVID-19 positive, even though they were vaccinated. And so they did a study, and what they found is that after 4 months of 2 Pfizers, the efficacy of the vaccine fell from around 95% to about 70-something percent. I can't remember the exact number. It may have been 75% to 80%. And it continues to drop with every month after that. So the strength or the potency, or in other words, of the vaccine dropped over time. And many countries around the world, such as Saudi Arabia, that did 2 Sinopharms, found that many of their population were getting sick as well, and they had to actually give them a 3rd shot of Pfizer. So with the advent of the Delta variant, which is more transmissible and more deadly than what we had before, which was the Brazilian variant, and more deadly than the UK variant, there's an increased surge in cases, as well as the Delta variant causes breakthrough infection. So even though you're fully vaccinated, you can now still become COVID-19 positive and spread it to other people, which happened with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court Justice of America, Brett Kavanaugh. So, and he had to go into quarantine. So even though you're fully vaccinated, you can get COVID-19 still, and then you can spread it to persons who are not COVID-19 vaccinated. So that's a danger. So because of that, many countries around the world and many of the scientific regulatory agencies have decided to do this 3rd shot to increase the efficacy of your system against COVID-19, and to raise you back up to about 90-something percent in order to prevent transmission of the virus in vaccinated persons, as well as to reduce death and hospitalization in many persons that may be immunocompromised or medically compromised.
So, Doc, soon we got to take a booster for the booster. Then we got to take a booster for the booster for the booster. And then we got to take a next booster to boost the booster that didn't boost the next booster. I mean,
well, what Dr. Fauci has said is that he expected from the start that the vaccine would have been a yearly booster, similar to what we do with the influenza virus. So even though you may become fully vaccinated with your 2 doses, which will be the initial vaccination to protect your life, he suspects that it may be a yearly thing that you may have to get every October, similar to your flu vaccine.
So somebody
COVID-19
says,
isn't going anywhere. It is here to stay, in other words.
right. So somebody says, Doc, I saw something circulating about a third shot. Maybe that's the booster the person talking about. Is it true or false?
Yeah.
I think that might be the booster, right?
Yeah. So in Trinidad, we try not to call it a booster. I don't know why, but it is a booster. Every other country around the world calls it a booster. So the third shot is a booster, as well as the Johnson & Johnson. You know, we had a slogan here in Trinidad, one shot and done. That was for the Johnson & Johnson, because
which I had,
right.
And I had the booster for that also.
Right. So we are marketing the Johnson & Johnson shot as just come and take one shot and don't worry about it after that. You're done. But obviously we know you need a second shot of the Johnson & Johnson now. And in a few months' time, probably this time next year, we will be told you have to get a next shot and you have to get the shot yearly.
So Doc, another question in the chat. Somebody says, Doc, my 19-year-old took the Pfizer and hasn't had her monthly since.
Right. So that happens. That is happening with a few people. One of my employees that works with me in the dental practice, she got her 2 shots, and she missed her menstrual cycle a couple months now. But what we have heard is that it's happening with a lot of young women, and it usually goes back to normalcy after a couple months.
Somebody else says, Doc, what vaccine will you recommend for someone who had a blood clot in the past?
Yeah, so it depends on what caused the blood clot. In rare cases, the AstraZeneca as well as the Johnson & Johnson, they would cause some level of thrombosis, and we call it severe thrombus with thrombocytopenia, which is a dangerous phenomenon. So probably if you are prone to blood clots, you would not want to take the AstraZeneca or the Johnson & Johnson, and you would look at possibly the Pfizer or the Moderna.
Doc, somebody.
I would. How you doing, Doc? This is Guy Mabia.
Hi.
I would like to encourage people to seek medical advice.
Yes. Seek your
before
own
proceeding.
medical advice.
I have been. I have been in contact with people who had either had relatives that had very severe adverse reaction to the vaccines in Trinidad,
right,
or suspected fatalities where people die within 3 days of taking the vaccine. And we have heard of a similar situation.
But were these cases reported?
Well, what I understand is that people are feeling very suppressed in bringing this information. They are very afraid of. They're being they say some doctors are not acknowledging it. Like they're very scared to say anything about it. And this is something that I am very concerned about. I don't believe that if we have an issue with a certain drug, that we should sweep that under the carpet in order to prevent people from not taking the vaccine, or not taking that particular drug. If there's an issue, and I like to draw the reference, if 10 people took a certain medicine and 2 or 3 people had a bad reaction in different course, I mean, this is something that's supposed to be recorded and documented so that we know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, well, for example, in Trinidad and Tobago, we only had, I think, 2 or 3 cases of issues with the blood clots, which what you're referring to it as, which is what we really call severe thrombus. We only had, I think, 2 or 3 official cases so far in Trinidad and Tobago, and I don't think any of them have been fatal. We get a lot of cases where people said that they know a lot of people that a lot of things happen to, but when we try to pinpoint these people, we usually can't find them. And because I speak to all my patients that I see on a daily basis, and I speak to them about the vaccine if they are vaccinated, and they give me their their thoughts and their concerns, and it's a lot of misinformation out there. Because the vaccine isn't only in Trinidad and Tobago, all these different brands. It's internationally, and everyone is human. So the data that we would get from the States, or the data that we would get from Canada, or the UK, or Europe, or Israel, or even China, it would pertain to Trinidad and Tobago as well, in most cases. And across the board, a lot of the things that we are hearing from persons is not what the scientific data has said.
Yeah, and Doc, it's kind of, I hear what you're saying there, but also that we as a radio station, and as a radio station that's streaming on YouTube and on Facebook as well, you know, I mean, we have to be kind of careful with the information that we put out.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you know, they are kind of banning, you know, on Facebook and YouTube, they really care. You know, they could ban you for 3 months. I know my friend on our Facebook page just get banned for 3 months. We already had a ban for 3 months off our Facebook. No Facebook.
Right. For political views.
Right, for your views, because if your views don't line up with WHO and the CDC,
right,
they could actually ban you, because they could tell you you're not following what the authorities are putting out there. So we could have our opinions, you know, and we have to be careful here with our opinions on the radio station as well, because you know, we want to continue to bring a message out to the people, but we want to make sure we are lining up with what the CDC and the WHO say, because they're in charge. You know, and
right, and that is my point exactly. You know, a lot of people are feeling oppressed because, you know, they are thinking there's this big conspiracy against everyone, and persons are trying to in some way poison you, and all these things, and that is why I get back to my first comment that the vaccine should always be an offer, not a mandate. You shouldn't be forcing persons to take a vaccine. You shouldn't be forcing children to take a vaccine to go to school. And that is where these conspiracy theories would arise. If someone doesn't want to take a vaccine, well, so be it. And you face the consequences of that. That is my personal view. But the vaccine is there for everyone. We have the scientific data to show it works, and it's there to save your life and your family's life.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if there's an issue, it should not be swept under the carpet, and there should be a freedom where people in the country has an issue. The Ministry of Health should be documenting whatever issues they are.
Yeah, from Mr. Mahabir, there is an adverse reaction hotline, as well as someone doesn't die in Trinidad, and you just bury them. You know, I just let you know, we are not that backward. So in all cases of deaths, you know, there would be a cause of death, and it will be investigated. So you know, a lot of people, you know, have. I would just like to say, you know, they don't really have a great understanding of what's going on. In many cases, severely sick persons are passing away, and in almost every case, you know, if you ask a relative, they died because they took the vaccine. And these persons are severely sick. But if you scientifically look at what caused the death, you know, the doctors would be able to tell you, you know, either it was caused by this or that. So many persons in Trinidad don't have specific knowledge on what would really be happening with their family members. And across the board, you know, a lot of persons would just blame the vaccine. We had the case of Nicki Minaj a few months ago, and you know, and she flat out told the international media she had a cousin in Trinidad, and this is what happened to the cousin in Trinidad, and
we know how the talk does go, but to eliminate the wrong information out there, we also want that if there is an issue, we want it genuinely recorded, and we want the people to be encouraged and to feel comfortable that if they have an issue, they can come forward with it, and they don't have to run and hide with it. You know,
no one runs and hides with anything, because as I told you, my 3 younger brothers are medical doctors as well, and it doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. You know, once you're a doctor, you're a doctor. So no one would try to skew the data in any way for any given side. You know, that would ruin your professional career. So any doctor in Trinidad and Tobago, once there's a cause of a death, some of these people are very, very severely ill, and any death, someone would quickly say, the cause of death was because they took the vaccine.
But what I noticed, the CMO said something about, the person died of a heart attack, right?
Right.
But if the vaccine, my thing is, if the vaccine has caused any kind of a blood clot, can the vaccine cause a severe enough blood clot to cause the heart attack?
No.
Is my question.
Nah.
Not enough. Okay,
No.
that's what I wanted to clarify.
No.
You see, Doc, my family is fully vaccinated, right? And I could only speak for my family. My son got COVID-19.
Right.
Right. And it is my belief that my son is still with us here today because he was vaccinated.
Right.
Right. If he wasn't vaccinated because he was sick, and he started to feel, but he was able to manage the process.
Right.
Because he was vaccinated.
And that goes back to what I said earlier with the antibodies. So you want when you get either your first or your second shot, you get a reaction, some sort of fever or body pains, and that would let you know your body has kicked in, your immune system has kicked in against the virus, against the vaccine, and you're forming your antibody response, and your body will learn for when you actually get the coronavirus how to react.
Well, I could tell you, Doc, I had a reaction because I'm a runner, right? And I took the vaccine like on a Tuesday, and on Wednesday I went out to run. I could only run a quarter mile.
Yeah.
I couldn't go.
Yeah.
That's all the body could. As far as I could have gone.
And you see, a lot of people are afraid to take the vaccine because of these side effects, because they think getting the antibody reaction is the actual virus and you'll die. So a lot of persons are hesitant in Trinidad to take the vaccine because of that, and they don't understand if you get the real virus is 1,000 times worse.
But Doc, it's I'm just thinking about something now, right? People were fearing that exile and stranded citizens will bring COVID-19 into Trinidad when they didn't have the vaccine.
Yeah.
Right? Now we know that exile and stranded citizens will not bring in COVID-19 back into Trinidad. But now you have the vaccine and you still don't want to take it.
Yeah. Well,
help me.
Well, it's obvious now that we have about how much more? About at least 60% of the population, adult population, that probably about 55% of the adult population that probably doesn't want to take the vaccine, because we have vaccines available for so many months now, and yet we are only around 45% fully vaccinated in terms of our adult population. And because of that, the government had basically mandated students to get vaccinated between the age of 12 and 18, saying that if you're not vaccinated, you can go back to school. So we had 100,000 students in that age group, and we got about 50% of them vaccinated. And now that we have 5 to 11 being able to get a vaccine, probably soon, through WHO authorization, because we don't follow FDA and CDC, we follow WHO. So when that happens, they will introduce vaccines in that age group as well. We have gone further now, and we are saying vaccinated and unvaccinated students can now enter school, which is what they should have done from the start. But they basically had a lot of parents sending their kids to get vaccinated, when in some cases the parents may not have wanted their children to be vaccinated as yet, because healthy children are not at severe risk of coronavirus illnesses. It's only the ones with medical complications and comorbidities.
No, Doc, I want to go ahead, Tommy.
Doc, there's a school of thought, and I've heard some physicians saying that people who got the virus and got over it, they now have enough antibodies that they don't need a vaccine. Is that true?
For about 6 months. So when you actually get COVID-19 and you were not vaccinated, you would develop natural immunity once you recover. And from the scientific data that's out there, you have natural immunity for about 6 months, and after that, they recommend that you go ahead and get a vaccine. In fact, the Prime Minister Keith Rowley got COVID-19 on or about April the 4th or 5th. And 3 months after he recovered from COVID-19, he started his vaccine regimen here in Trinidad and Tobago. But there's good news on the horizon. Merck and Pfizer have now launched two antiviral drugs that they're hoping to get the FDA approval before the end of the year. So those of us that didn't take the vaccine, there's a little rainbow at the end of the horizon, in that if you are COVID-19 positive, probably by next year, you just stay home and you take these pills and you'll be fine.
So Doc, now what they want to do, they want us to take a pill for the rest of our lives, right?
No, I see. The US is mandating.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. No, if you don't take the vaccine, we will make you take a pill, right? The pill will replace the vaccine.
Right. So this one is not something that they will inject in you, or is not something that would be given via drips or intravenously. It'll be almost you're taking a pill basically. So you would take.
How often though? How often? I mean, you have to take
it from what I've read. Is that you have to take the pill within the first 3 days of symptoms, and
or is that's if you get COVID, that you contract COVID, then you take the pill. Okay,
yeah,
so this is not a prevention pill, but this is a pill to rectify the situation. Now I saw in the USA that they are deciding to give the vaccine from 5-year-old here in the US. Now they're making a decision to get, and I mean that has some concerns. I also they said that they were creating a lower dosage for the younger children.
It's 1/3 the dose of the adults the kids will take between the ages of 5 to 11. And it has not been WHO approved as yet, so we cannot dispense that in Trinidad and Tobago as yet to kids between that age group, because we follow WHO and we don't follow FDA and CDC, which are approved differently to WHO.
Yeah, Doc, I don't think we had to worry about that. The WHO go approve it. I mean,
So have we had any real issues so far with the kids that taken the vaccine in other than the cycle with the girls? Any kind of real severe? Because I heard one lady from Tobago said her son was passing blood, and I don't know how that turned out.
I saw that too. I saw that on Facebook, but I didn't hear anything from the Ministry of Health with regards to it. There was one girl that got tachycardia, which is inflammation of the heart muscle, and that was recorded. She got one dose of the Pfizer, and it was picked up while she was doing her waiting period after, and it was well managed. But the WHO has said that they don't recommend children to be vaccinated, all children to be vaccinated between the ages of 12 to 18. And they said that they said that is not a priority at this moment, and only medically compromised children between the ages of 12 and 18 should have been vaccinated. And we went ahead and we told everyone go and get vaccinated, or you can get back to school. So that was one example of the government not following WHO guidelines, and everything you say here is WHO guidelines, and they're a bit disingenuous, and they were not following strictly to the WHO guidelines in that scenario.
I know what I noticed.
Go ahead, Gary.
What I noticed about the government is not interested in any advice from the other side, the opposition, or anybody outside their circle. I'm just wondering if they're going to take the responsibility for any kind of issues that will really transpire through their decision.
Well, all right. So, for example, like just in my case alone, this time last year when we had the budget, we had an allocation for vaccines, and I asked them to pre-order vaccines pending WHO approval, because we had the money allocated in the budget, and they did not do that because we had an order of Moderna lined up, the Ministry of Health, and We did not make that order because we could have had vaccines here in Trinidad and Tobago since January of 2021. And when you ask the minister why and the prime minister why, they said because it was not WHO approved. And the fact is, all these vaccines were pre-ordered pending WHO approval by every other country around the world. And the same is happening right now with these antiviral drugs, which are not WHO approved as yet, but will become WHO approved. And countries around the world are making these pre-orders of these vaccines. And by the time it becomes WHO approved, there will be none to buy. And we would have unvaccinated persons in this country dying on a daily basis as we are having it right now without the drugs in hand to save their life. So they don't listen to anything. I mean, you could go back to all my contributions, all of the other medical doctors' contributions in the house, and we have been begging for rapid antigen tests in Trinidad and Tobago. That is basically illegal, if you could believe that, in Trinidad and Tobago. Rapid antigen test that you could buy in a pharmacy right now in the US. You could go to your local Walgreens at the corner and you could buy that. And if you pack that in a suitcase and you bring it to Trinidad and Tobago, you'll be charged and you'll be arrested.
Oh God!
That is how ridiculous it is here in Trinidad and Tobago. And they don't listen to anything. With those antigen tests, you'd be able to screen for asymptomatic carriers, and we have asymptomatic carriers moving around the country like normal, and that is what is causing most of the spread of COVID-19. And that is what actually caused the major surge in cases after the Easter weekend. We had pockets of increasing COVID-19 concentration happening in Trinidad and Tobago pre-Easter, and the Prime Minister asked everyone to go to Tobago for holiday, for Easter weekend holiday, and not one test was done. That's because the major test that's done here in Trinidad and Tobago is the PCR test. But the antigen test is so much cheaper, and it takes 15 minutes. And we put all these people on boats and the planes, and they went to Tobago. And Tobago at the time had 0 active COVID-19 cases. Tobago at the time had 2 or 3 deaths due to COVID-19. Right now, Tobago has over 100 deaths due to COVID-19 because we took persons, asymptomatic carriers from Trinidad, and they went to Tobago, and they spread the virus in Tobago.
Doctor, I have a
Go ahead, Deon.
I have a question for you. I do a lot of reading and research. I'm a poet, so I have to do these things for homework. And sometimes I come across articles, and I vet the source of the article, and I'm taught to do that. And the Washington Post had a article where I wanted to know if there was resistance to the flu of 1918 and 1919, the same way the resistance is present today. And the Washington Post article clearly indicates that there was. Is this just human behavior then, or is it properly fueled propaganda machines that is fueling the hesitancy in persons going for the vaccine?
So so basically during the great flu of that period, around 1917, there was vaccine hesitancy as well. But what makes it more amplified in this day and age is the social media. So I mean, Facebook and all these WhatsApp, and you get all these incredible messages. My staff would show me a message that they would just get a text message on WhatsApp, and they would read it and they would believe it, and I would read it, and I'll be like, how could you believe this? But you have to realize these people don't have university education. They really don't know how to do independent research on their own and to figure out what's right and what's wrong. And it's difficult for someone to figure out what's real and what's not when it's presented to you on social media or on WhatsApp, platforms like WhatsApp. So that's the doctors are having a very difficult time in combating misinformation as well as disinformation. We actually had an independent senator in Trinidad and Tobago, and he in the Senate asked for persons for the importation of a horse medication for the treatment of COVID-19 in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's just ridiculous. I don't know where people are getting this information from. and someone as learned as the senator, he read that information wherever he got it, and he saw it fit to present that to the population of Trinidad and Tobago in the Senate. And he's a very accomplished lawyer, I'd like to add. So it's very, very educated persons, and some people just can't make sense out of nonsense. And no matter what the medical professionals are telling these people, they're not accepting it, and they're always going for the fringe so-called home remedies, and there's some other cure out there. It's not what the doctors are saying. There's the vaccines, and everyone is telling everyone that it could work and it'll save your life, but no, they want to have another version of what will help them, and that is just something that the medical professionals around the world are having to deal with right now.
Doc, there is something that we don't hear about, and someone asked this question in the chat. It says, can you ask the doctor about alternative medicine?
Yeah, alternative medicine, it really wouldn't help you in this case. Most persons, when they get COVID-19, they would survive. Many would have no symptoms at all. They won't even know they have it. A certain percentage will have mild symptoms. A certain percentage after that will have more severe symptoms, and then even a smaller percentage after that would only suffer severe symptoms where they have to be hospitalized and may eventually die. So because such a high percentage of persons survive COVID-19 because of their age or their immune system or the fact that they have no comorbidities, because they take some home remedy, they are then saying that the home remedy worked, when in fact, if they had taken nothing, they would have survived as well. So, that is why you have scientists. That's why we do studies and we do trials, and there are different types of trials where you could prove if something worked or if something did not work. Scientific trials, there are random control trials, there are double-blind trials. There are different ways scientifically that you can prove if something actually works or does not work. And that is why we know what works and what does not work.
So, Doc, I know this, right? And I hear you say this, right? So when there was no vaccine in Trinidad, we were clamoring for vaccinations, right? And we slapped the government over the head. Wattacks! Slap them left, right, and center. They get all kind of stuff. Wattacks on this side, wattacks on that side, and these wattacks them behind the head too, right? Right? And we saying, well, we want vaccine and we can't get none. Now you have vaccine. The same people now saying, we ain't taking our vaccine.
I mean, how you know it's the same people?
The numbers, guys, the numbers.
No, you can't say it's the same people. I mean,
some of the same people. Some of the same people.
The Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago actually had a lot to play in that, even though the PNM in the lead up to the general election of 2020, they vilified a drug called hydroxychloroquine. And they went, they were making fun of us, all the medical doctors on the UNC side. Oh, they wanted people to take hydroxychloroquine and it's bush medicine and it's this and that, right? But the reason we were saying that is because it was FDA approved, right? If you go back in April of 2020, hydroxychloroquine was FDA approved as an emergency use authorization drug for COVID-19. And that is when we were saying to use it because we were following the FDA. It was later revoked, but Dr. Rowley went on a rampage of hydroxychloroquine and hydroxychloroquine. So I had a patient that came to me the other day and he said, why would I now listen to what the FDA is saying to do when the FDA asked everyone to take hydroxychloroquine and then said, oh, shucks, I made a mistake. And Dr. Rowley made that into a political football. And the entire country is aware of the mistake the FDA made with hydroxychloroquine, and then you want to now tell them do this and do that because the FDA said so. So it's the politics, the game of politics, the political football that was played pre-2020 election, in my opinion, has led to a lot of the drug hesitancy in Trinidad and Tobago.
So someone else says, Dr. Rishi, what are you doing to assist your constituency regarding the bad roads?
Oh gosh, we have a bridge that actually broke down in Lalu Trace. The entire bridge fell into the course, and I wrote the Ministry of Works 1 year ago when that could have been fixed, repaired. Now the entire bridge is into the water course, and it is costing $1.3 million TT to just repair it. And now the ministry is looking for where they could get those funds. And what's happening is just what we call rural neglect. As a representative, people think that I'm in charge of a certain amount of funds, and I could just go and point out a pothole here and say, fix this, Minister Rohan Sinanan, fix this here, fix that there. It doesn't work like that. All we do is we write letters, we make representation. I had a few confrontations with the ministers of works, the minister of agriculture, and the minister of local government during the budget, asking them to help in specific areas and the specific needs that we need in Caranese. And all of my colleagues have done that. Khadija Amin for St. Augustine, Anita Haynes, every single one of us are making representation, but we are not in charge of any funds. And people have to understand that all we can do is ask. And this current PNM government, whatever resources they have, in my opinion, it is being used in their constituencies, and there very, very, very little is being used in UNC constituencies.
But Dr. Seecharan, do we have any data to show that yes, the PNM is using the money in only their constituencies rather than just saying it? Is there any data to show? Well, listen.
No, we don't need data. We have the pictures.
They're not using none in Laventille.
Well, let me give you an example. We had a major sinkhole in St. Anne's, the constituency of Stuart Young, a couple of weeks ago, and it was repaired within a short space of time. All of us were here in all of our various constituencies on the UNC side saying, well, we have sinkholes too. We have broken bridges. We have roads that with severe potholes. I drive on the roads. I go down in the potholes too. We would like some level of effort here. But we get nothing. We basically get nothing, and it is the UNC constituencies to suffer. The Caroni River, right before the 2020 election, Rohan Sinanan about they buying three pumps for the Caroni River. And they're dredging the Caroni River and they're reinforcing the bank, and the capacity of the river has been increased, and we will not get flooding again. And flooding is a thing of the past. We had 2 major floods this year, in August and in September, I think. Major flooding people's house, flood out everything. I actually asked him about these 3 pumps. Are they the Ministry of, he was boasting the Ministry of Works bought. And when I asked him about it during the budget, he told me they bought the wrong pumps. And they're sending back the pumps because they ordered the wrong pumps. That is how incompetent this PNM government is. They allocated tens of millions of dollars to buy pumps to pump the water out of the Caroni River, and they ordered the wrong pumps, right? It's just ridiculous. And
so in the meantime, you have to drown and suffer. Who dead?
Every time it rains in Caroni, everybody starts to scramble. People start to move their vehicles and drive them out to their relatives' houses because they don't want their vehicles to be covered in water. And then they come back home, and then they start to pack up all the furniture and bricks and all this kind of thing. And if it's just a small rainfall, they then have to take it back down. But for every rainfall, everybody does that, and it is very sad. And being this is I've done 1 year as a member of parliament. I'm a professional. I'm a dentist, and I'm training to be a lawyer as well. And it breaks my heart to see how these people, my people, are being treated. And yeah.
What would take for this to dredge the river?
They will not spend money on that, to put it like that, right? They would prefer for the entire Caroni to be flooded out, and then they have to allocate some sort of refunds to everybody, and they have to spend $150 million passing out checks rather than you take the $150 million and just fix the problem. You know, that is just the PNM government that we deal with.
I have a question for you, Dr. Seecharan. Now, sometimes I throw questions at, individuals in Trinidad and Tobago who are either for or against, who are not registered as a UNC or PNM. And I threw this question at elderly PNM die-hard person as far as the floods go. I said, why is it, when the rains fall like that? I mean, historically, the weatherman say, oh, we're going to have a riverine. I mean, you have 3 sets of mountain ranges in Trinidad and Tobago. You can't something be built up in the higher ground where, you use the army and stuff to evacuate residents and leave them at higher ground until the water recedes. And, you give them proper housing.
Not only that. I am actually in contact with an engineer from the U.S. Army, Marine Corps, or whatever you call it, right? The U.S. Engineering Corps, and he explained to me how the U.S. they dug these massive retention ponds, and that would stop a lot of the flooding in a lot of the areas that
Hold on.
that we have in the U.S. So that this is just a problem that they refuse to address. Who knows? It'll probably have to be addressed when the UNC comes into power.
Yeah. So
engineer.
Let's take this call. 1 minute. We have a call. Caller, you on WZYE 95.9 FM. Where are you calling us from?
Maryland.
Hi, caller. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I got one simple question. When Jack Warner was Minister of Infrastructure, he stated that there would be no more floods in Trinidad and Tobago. He was a minister under the UNC government. Nothing was done. Now everybody seemed to want to pass the blame on the PNM, forgetting Trinidadians have short memory. They forget exactly how the UNC operated. There was a whole lot of corruption in the UNC. Jack Warner got into trouble. Many other ministers got into trouble. And now everybody seems to forget the mismanagement of the UNC. Can the goodly doctor please address that for me?
Thank you,
no
caller.
problem. So
Thank you, caller.
I acknowledge that Jack Warner has his issues with the authorities, right? Now, the person said the UNC was in a lot of corruption, right? Well, if so, we are asking the police to please deal with that, because, if he has any evidence to prove that, he should give it to the police. Now, with regards to flooding, what we saw is that in Greenville, there was extensive flooding a few years ago, in 2018, I think it was. And what they did in Greenville is they installed a pump there. They did extensive works on the riverbank in that area, and they have not had severe flooding since. And all that we are asking is that the similar works that were done in Greenville under the PNM government, because they have been in power since 2016, could it be done along the Caroni Riverbank in the areas of Caroni East and Shogunas West? Because they have seemed to solve the problem in Greenville, which is in La Hokota Talparu. And all that we are asking is that similar works that were done in Greenville, could it please be done in Caroni East? Flooding is a persistent and a perennial problem. And what we are seeing is that given the massive floods that we had in 2018, and we have not had a massive flood like that since, but we have had smaller floods even in this year. We need some level of remedial work on the riverbank to reinforce the bank as well as to dredge the river. In addition, we need a master flood plan. We need to figure out how to stop these floods and to stop the destruction of private property in Trinidad and Tobago along the Caroni Riverbank. And it may be a retention pond. It may be a gate system. I don't know, but we would need authorities to figure that out. And it's something that would need to be addressed.
Now, Doc, you just said, right, if anyone have any corruption, they should take it to the police, right?
Yeah.
Should that same standard be applied to the PNM as well? If there's any
Definitely. I mean,
corruption under the PNM, that they take
yeah,
it to the police as well? Because
yeah.
sometimes people sometimes people just only want to think things apply on one side of the fence, and it's like,
Well, right. So the other day we were in Parliament, and we were in Standard Finance Committee, and the police branch had come in to speak about the allocation of their funds, and someone said, look, the police come, look, the police come. And then someone said, but I wonder who they come for. So, like one side will always say the other side was involved in corruption.
Right.
The thing about it is Jack Warner resolved a lot of flooding issue as the Minister of Works. He did a lot of work. The UNC was just a short term in office. Jack Warner term was very short. The caller seems to fail to recognize that or admit that the PNM been in in government for most of our independence, and a lot hasn't been done. A lot of neglects have been done through them. A lot of infrastructure work they could have done to prevent the flooding.
But Gary, there you go again. I have to say that. Gary,
we have to call them out. The caller not admitting the fact.
But Gary, is the same thing when the former commissioner of police came into office.
But answer him. It is truth and fact. And one of the facts is truth and facts that the PNM have created this mess. And a simple thing as dredging the river, which could have prevented a lot of the flooding, could have been done. But there's a lot of spite I have seen, especially with Dr. Rowley.
I'm not arguing PNM or UNC. I'm not arguing that.
No, I am telling you. I am telling you from the attitude. When you take government, when you win government, you're supposed to bring your country together and serve all the people. I have seen from this government a lot of, when the first flood take place, who tell us to go and build in the lagoon? And then you saw what happened in Port of Spain. Right in Port of Spain, the whole city, we have the pictures, right? But what I'm saying to you, just like of the doc saying about speaking to the engineer, Army Corps engineers from the United States, it's the same thing I've been suggesting all the time about creating the retention pond, about redirecting the water coming down from the hills before it reach the hills and contain it in the hills
and
to
bring
create
it down
the
during
water
the
supply.
dry season.
Yes.
You hold the water there, and you bring it down during the dry season for the crops.
Just like how we build the dams here in the US.
Yeah, exactly.
Within the mountains, they retain that water.
Yeah,
and it's the same thing I'm talking about Port of Spain.
As well as Gary,
but Doc, how come that couldn't have been done between 2010 to 2015?
During 2010, and 2015, we were dealing with a lot of other drainage issues. So they used to call us the box drain government. So we were spending a lot of money with contractors to dredge the river courses and build up the banks and to continuously have the river course clean and clear. And then what we were doing is we were putting a lot of infrastructure on the roads, because a lot of our roads don't have drains, box drains on the side. So we were trying to build the country's infrastructure, and they used to call us a box drain government because there's so much box drains, miles and miles and miles, thousands of miles of box drains were built. So we were trying to do that, but when the government changed, they basically put a stop to the dredging of the rivers and the tributaries. So in Caroni East, its bush is overgrown. You go in the Caroni River, there's actually trees blossoming in the Caroni River. Some areas of the Caroni River only 1 foot deep, right? That is how bad it is now. And if you're not maintaining the river, it will overflow. And but that is what we were trying to do during our term, and that is why we did not have as severe flooding during our short 5 years in office.
So Doc, stick and stay. We got to go for a quick station identification. It's in the village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us none other than Dr. Rishi Seecharan, and we're having a very nice spirited discussion here in the village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. And this is what we like. This is what we like when you come into the village. We have discussions where people can learn from these discussions. We thank you so very much. Stick and stay. Don't go nowhere.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
And of course, we are back with you. It's In the Village with the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. And Doc, I saw a question in here, right, that I really want to ask you, because we get this question quite often here in the Village with the Dark Triplets. And let me see. I wanna.
Why are you looking for that question?
Right. Yeah. Go ahead, Gary. Go ahead.
What I am saying, and what seems to fail to recognize, it takes more than 5 years to plan this kind of a mega project in what I am describing. This is not just going and scraping a drain in the mountains and hold all that water. This is a mega project that you have to build, and not only in one location, you'll have to do several parts of the country to do this. So this is something that has to be well engineered. In fact, I heard from Lee Hunt, before we fall out, that there were some plans in place already drawn up many years ago in relating to creating this sort of water retention and directing the water into water storage facility for the usage of the rest of the year for the country and all these different things. And like the Guaracara River, I was saying, it has to be dredged and the water retained, and controlled in a sort of dam infrastructure up in the mountains. You have to create that kind of an infrastructure. And this is not something that you snap your fingers and throw it into one government. By the time you get planning, it takes a while. So for the caller to call here and blame UNC for one term in government, when PNM spent 40 years in government or 44 years in government, how can that be sensible?
Well, just to give you an example of that, Gary, when I was doing my walkabouts in 2020, we were walking and this car just stopped and the guy ran out of the car and he came at me and he's like, why you didn't pave this road? Why did UNC never pave this road? And I had to explain to the guy, we paved the road from 10 kilometers before straight up to this point, and then the government changed, and this was phase C of the project. We did A and B already. And when the government changed it, they stopped the project. They stopped the paving project. So that entire stretch of road now has not been paved, and it's almost like a dirt road. And that has been since 2016. And the person was like, but UNC has won the constituency, and they don't seem to understand is that yes, we may have won the constituency, but we are not in charge of the ministry. And when you're not in charge of the ministry, you cannot do any works.
And Dr. Rishi, here's the question, right? I'm going to paraphrase the question for you because our chat moves so quickly. The person wanted to get a general idea that they was asking the question that many people believe that the UNC cannot win another election with Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar as the leader of the opposition. What do you say?
Kamala Persad-Bissessar selected me, and she had a number of candidates that she could have selected, and I owe my loyalty to her in seeing that I could have been a successful representative for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Persons are saying she would never be able to win an election again, but I really can't see this PNM government lasting even out of its current term. So I really don't believe that, and we have the upcoming THA elections, and I want to see how the people of Tobago would react to Dr. Rowley's governance, given what has happened after the Easter weekend and what the island of Tobago has gone through. So that is not something that I would really say that holds any water to it. She is our political leader right now, and she would be our political leader until she says that she doesn't want to be.
But Doc, why does that come? That don't just come from people in the PNM, but that also comes from people in the UNC camp as well. Why is that such? Why is that out there in the public domain? Something like that.
There we have a lot of persons that maybe saw the corridors of power while we were in governance, and possibly others that were not selected for the 2020 campaign. And there are quite a few people that are very bitter out there, and they are basically fueling the fire in terms of that. But within our group of parliamentarians currently, we have great unity, and we support our political leader, and we take her vision and her. She's a brilliant woman. She's totally brilliant. You know, when you sit down and caucus with her, and you know she analyzes the bills for the younger ones like myself. You know, I come from a science background. I only recently started to study law, just so that I would have a better understanding of, you know, all of these legislative functions that we have as a representative. And when she analyzes these bills and explains it to us, is she unparalleled. The amount of work that she does, people don't realize the amount of work that she does behind the scenes, you know, in terms of research. And she's a very well-respected woman, and in my opinion, she was the greatest prime minister we ever had, and we look forward to her returning to the corridors of power.
Now, Doc, here's a great question, right? This is a great question. The person says, ask the doctor if there was no floods between 2010 and 2015.
There were floods. Obviously, there would be floods. There would be flash floods. Flooding is not something that you could alleviate. But what we are talking about is catastrophic flooding, right? What we had in 2018 when the bank of the Carney broke, and we had persons on the roof of their house. Elderly persons had to climb the roof of the house and sit down on the galvanized, because right underneath the roof was flood water. They had 6-7 feet of water, and then they on the galvanized, and the sun coming up, and the galvanized had to get hot. You understand? So you sit down on hot galvanized in the middle of the sun, and all around you is water, right? Think about that. We're talking about catastrophic flooding, right? We're not talking about, you know, they have a little flood in the road and it dissipates after a half an hour, right? We're talking about waters entering people's homes, destroying all their electronics, destroying all their furniture, all the children books and clothing. That is what we're talking about. We're not talking about flash flooding, and we're talking about catastrophic flooding.
But I would like them to recognize also, to compare the response when the flood took place within the government, right? How this government responded compared to the PPG government. Let them look at that and then come and tell us, you know, about if there was no flooding under your government. And again, the government was in one term. The government could not stop everything, and the same thing we get condemned for, calling it the box drain government, because you had to put certain infrastructure in place. When you're going to build a site, you have to prepare the site. You have to put drainage, you have to put sewer, you have to put lights. You just want to throw up shack all over the place.
Exactly.
And this is what we have. So now we have to work around that. But anyway, go ahead.
Hello, caller. You're on WZYE 95.9 FM.
Call from Maryland. I'm calling back in response to what the goodly doctor just said about my comments.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, let me say this. I hold no allegiance to any political party in Trinidad and Tobago. I have not voted in 40 years. I'm interested in any government that can govern with integrity, honesty, and transparency. When the UNC won and Ms. Prasad Bissessar became the Prime Minister, I was one of her strongest supporters, because I felt proud to see that Trinidad and Tobago got its first female Prime Minister. During her tenancy, they began to mess up. So my question to the doctor is, if they were performing so well, why did they just spend one term? The people of Trinidad and Tobago were dissatisfied with the governance. That's why they were voted out. Could he comment on that for me?
No problem.
Thank you so much, caller. Thank you.
And I really appreciate his calls. I mean, he's a concerned citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. And well, I'm not sure if he's still a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, but he's a concerned person. I would not say that we did not make any mistakes during the partnership government, and what my political leader has done for the 2020 election is she basically cleared the slate. So she realized that many persons were becoming unattractive to the voting public in Trinidad and Tobago. So she chose a lot of the younger ones in the party that would not have necessarily gotten a chance. So, like myself, I was the chairman of the constituency of Caranese between the time of 2012 to 2015 under Dr. Tim Gopi Singh. And he is such an extraordinary individual. He played cricket for the national cricket team when it was very difficult to make the team. He became a renowned medical specialist internationally, as well as he became a minister in politics. So, I used to tell him, Dr. Gopi Singh, you're a Renaissance person. You have done 3 extraordinary things in your life already, and it was it was his time to retire, and I was so surprised that my political leader selected me to replace such a great person, and she did that in a number of other constituencies as well. We have young Michelle Benjamin, we have young Khadija Amin, Vandana Mohit. We are all younger persons that were in the party, and in many cases we thought we may have had to wait another 5 years or more to become members of parliament. And she gave us this opportunity to contribute to the national political landscape. And as it was during the 2020 election, we really could not have campaigned as we would have liked because of COVID-19 regulations. We were not allowed to have rallies. We were not allowed to meet and greet persons as we would have liked because of COVID. So the campaign of the 2020 election basically went on the television. And we saw the ruling party buying out slots of time, banks of time on all stations and having their virtual rallies. And if you don't have hundreds of millions of dollars, you can't really compete at that point in time. So it was very difficult. And we only narrowly lost the general election. We lost it. Well, we don't fight the 2 seats in Tobago. And if you look at Trinidad, we performed creditably. We have over 309,000 persons that voted for us in the general election. And the political leader has said it that, her kindergartners have graduated, because after 1 year, we have grown up to some extent, and we are all, I am a dentist, and my 3 younger brothers are doctors. My wife is a dentist as well. I chose to serve, I chose to enter the political landscape because I wanted to contribute to Trinidad and Tobago. The alternative was to move to Canada and live in Canada. I have 2 boys, but you don't want to give up on your country. You don't want to give up on your country. You want your children to grow up, in the country that you grew up in. And you want them to know Trinidad and Tobago. You want them to love Trinidad and Tobago. You don't want to run from your country. So I decided, you know what? I don't need politics to make a livelihood. I decided, I'll try to contribute to the national landscape, and I'll try to do so in a very genuine and a very a very loving manner. And I don't try to engage in slander. I don't insult anyone on the other side, no matter what happens. And I choose to contribute in this way to the political landscape.
And Doc, I do appreciate that. When you come on the program, we have many people on the program, and everybody's personality is different. Everybody have their own personality. People are just different with respect to their personality. And anytime many people come into the village, we always have a very respectful discussion in spite of what side of the political divide you are on. And that's what we are trying to bring here with respect to this program. And let me just say something to a gentleman by the name of Fish Sticks. Fish Sticks, the question that I asked Dr. Seecharan was a question that was asked, and the person in chat know who asked the question. It's just that their question in the chat scrolled up so fast that I couldn't say it. So I had to paraphrase what the person was saying. I ain't gonna call the person name, but the person know who it is. All right, Fiststick? We have a fellow in the chat called Breadstick. He like to get a lot of Fiststick. he like to get a lot of trouble every once in a while, Dr. Seecharan. So that's how to deal with them. Dr. Seecharan, you don't know what I have to go through with these fellas in this chat.
Well,
And the ladies.
And the ladies too. It's easy, no. It's not easy.
No, well, it's good when we can all have a conversation, because that's the way we resolve our issues.
And that is absolutely correct. Go ahead, Anna.
And Doc, I am the calmest of the lot.
Right.
Anyway,
Doc. Go ahead,
Doc,
Tony.
nobody ain't touching that one. I'm the calmest one in the lot.
Yeah, you the calmest one that we know.
I was thinking about the climate changes that we are experiencing, and that seems to be getting worse and will get worse. And wondering whether or not any measures that are taken now, how would it measure up 5-10 years from now? Whether we would be in a much worse situation, because we know for sure that global warming is raising the water levels, especially in the oceans. Yeah. And when the tides are high and there are heavy rains and flooding, it's going to get worse as time goes on. Yeah. So we have a rough ride ahead when it comes to trying to ameliorate flooding and weather-related problems.
Well, you see, I mean, Trinidad and Tobago, we are such a small population. I mean, we definitely have to look at our carbon footprint, and there's much more that we can do being an energy producer. But most of the major impacts in terms of sea level rising and all these things, it would be from the larger countries around the world, China and India, United States, and Europe, and all these places. So they would be the major players in terms of reducing their carbon emissions. Small little Trinidad and Tobago, I am not even sure if we would produce 1% of emissions in the world. Obviously, we would produce even less than 1%. But yes, it would be an example to the rest of the Caribbean. Yes.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is going to take a major effort to really fix the problem. It may even mean relocating villages after a while, because the problem is going to become so perennial.
Yeah, even if you look at cities along the coastline like Manhattan and Miami and whatnot, a lot of these areas would be affected as well. So it's not only the Caribbean islands; it's the entire world, and it would take some time for that to happen. Huh? It would take some time.
But you see, the Honorable Mia Motley, she drove the point home. She said 1.2 is not enough. They need at least 2, or correct me if I'm wrong. And I read somewhere where someone, specialists in that area, stated what is needed to combat these carbon emissions, to reverse the whole situation. You need to plant I remember the number, 1.4 million trees or like that, right? But in order to plant those trees, it means you will be dislocating individuals from agricultural land and building space. So is the world ready to trade off planting these trees to save the planet, dislocating individuals to save the planet?
I definitely the move to electric vehicles, that is something that we're going to see a push for, and eventually I guess they will try to make most other things electric, and try to use solar energy and wind energy and all these renewable energies. So it's a process, but definitely if you look at the history of the world has gone through cycles. So there were times when the world was hotter than this, and there were times when the world was colder than this. So I think we as a people, global community, knows what has to be done, and they're moving towards that reduction of fossil-based fuels and whatnot.
But
So
you know,
can we
it's a
take a
few
lesson
simple
from
things.
biblical times and build an ark then?
You know,
Well,
there's a few simple things
we
that
might
we
need an
can
ark
do.
in Carinese.
Yeah, well, a few simple things we can do, but we see how they're making fancy, political, sophisticated speeches. Dredging the river, putting a rail system where you can reduce the amount of cars on your road. If you can get in a train and head from San Fernando to Port of Spain in 15, 20 minutes in air condition and Wi-Fi and park your car, wouldn't you take that?
Gary, you know how much licks a party get for wanting to bring trains to Trinidad? Let's see
No,
Dr.
no, no.
Seacharan
The
laughing.
party.
You know
No,
how
no, no,
much
no. Listen to me.
licks
The
Dr.
party
Seacharan
went.
Dr. Seacharan, you know how much
The party
licks?
went about it the wrong way because I made a recommendation to Imbud, right? Imbud wanted to go and move people's house. I told Imbud, I said, bring it along the Gulf, through the swamp, straight into City Gate, right? You can have a stop at the Caribbean Bird Sanctuary for people who want to tour there too, and they can make what we have called park and ride here. I'm sure you have seen that here in the US, the park and rides, right?
Yeah,
we have it right here in New Jersey, in Secaucus, and different places, and going to the city. So Imbud went about it in an arrogant, ignorant way and wanted to knock down people's house because of the government right, eminent domain, and all this kind of thing. But if you look at this the situation, he's an engineer. I don't know what kind of engineer he is, because
Gary,
you could have bring this thing along the
can't
Gulf
bring a train in
without
Trinidad
touching
without
most
taking
people's
people's
house,
house.
go through the Caroni swamp straight into City Gate. Okay, from that end, that's just the Gulf.
But
right? And I made some suggestions like that.
Yeah, we did. I think it was the PNM. They did a feasibility study, and they paid a lot of money for it. A lot of money for a feasibility study. So you have to put the tracks where it could take the load, and if you put it through the swamp, you'll have to do a lot of infrastructure work under the swamp, as well as remember we have Kubla Singh in Trinidad and Tobago. So
but you can run it. You can run. I'm saying you run it over the swamp. But if you get enough the right steel infrastructure and bring this thing straight over into City
but you
Gate.
have to remember the wildlife aspect of it as well.
Yeah,
some of these areas are protected sites.
We're talking about modern systems. We're not talking about putting tracks on the ground and all
No,
that.
I'm not talking about modern system, but I'm talking a course of direction. Instead of going to knock down people's house who already built there, you bring it along the Gulf.
To take people's house to put on a modernized train system in Trinidad and Tobago.
It is not necessary. You could use a lot of things going over here. It is not necessary.
We running that train.
What do you mean we're running that train? I'm telling you, bring it along the Gulf Coast, straight over the swamp, straight in. It's how you angle it, It's how you position it.
All right. Gary, but
the amount of money you'll have to spend to put the anchors down and to have it above ground, it'll probably double or triple the cost of the to build it.
So you're saying the best thing to do is to go the normal route that the old train line used to be?
Yeah, that is, well, I don't know if it was the normal route, but in Trinidad we don't even have a high volume lane in traffic. Like in the States where, if you're carpooling and only carpooling vehicles could be in this lane, we way back. You don't understand? We way back.
We don't have the infrastructure for HOV lanes and all that. We don't have that in place.
Exactly. So,
but the train will resolve a lot of issues, a lot of traffic, a lot of time.
I think when they had discussed it, to build the train was many billions of dollars.
Boy, the party get licks.
But knowing your party. Let me tell you something. Your party to start something with 1 million and end up with 100 billion in cost overrun, Okay.
But listen, gentlemen, I remember, because I lived in Barbados too. I'm Bajan too, sir. Right. When the now deceased Tom Adams he made the introduction to build the ABC highway from the airport all the way down to the other side of the island. Oh, he got licks too. But you can't find more Bajans driving on that road now, including myself when I go. So any idea will get its rebutted, resistance. But you have to be a forceful person if you're thinking of infrastructure and building the country and taking it forward. Look in Switzerland. In Switzerland, they built a tunnel through the rock instead of going around, which was much longer.
Yeah.
Right? And people can get to the. But I don't know what's wrong with Trinidad. Like they're full of bebe down there.
So Diana, Dr. Rowley is not a forceful person enough. Look how much force he put in on people down there.
But Diana,
but nobody.
I don't know if you remember. At one time, a certain prime minister wanted to have a prime ministerial jet, which I felt, me personally, as a prime minister, when you have to go to a conference, you're supposed to go on Air Force One, right? With reporters and everybody, and you're supposed to go wherever you want to. Boy, Trinidadians come out in their numbers, boy. You want to get your own fight. Even the Caesar Foster sing a song on that. Or don't forget that.
Yeah.
And I believe that a prime minister of a country shouldn't be riding in no commercial plane. You know, commercial. He's a prime minister. You're not ordinary. I don't care who it is. Right? You are for the country. You're supposed to be able to go where you want and now go to airport and go through this one and go through that one. Nah, we backwards too bad, you know.
Boy, we have people suffering. You want to give prime minister a jet?
Eh?
Well, that's the whole thing, you know. They say the politicians just get too much, so.
Nah.
Look how much cost Kamala get for riding in the helicopter. Not in my jet.
They wanted to take away our exemptions to buy vehicles here in Trinidad and Tobago.
And listen, I don't agree with that. Because listen, I don't agree with that. But now, you see, during this pandemic, or should I take a sabbatical from that?
No, well, they put a cap on it, huh? I think there's a cap.
No, well, a sabbatical, or then buy no vehicle during the pandemic.
Easy answer.
I didn't buy any.
No, I'm just saying. Everybody. But I believe as an MP, that is a perk that you have. It's not like you went to the parliament and you tell them, give me this perk. That is a perk. It's thing come with perks. You go things. It's like when I work on Wall Street, we used to get a Christmas bonus. I was looking for nobody come and tell me about, boy, Wall Street, you ain't getting your, I want my Christmas bonus.
I want my bonus too.
Yeah, but Dr. Seecharan, we want to say thank you so very kindly. But everybody want to know if I ask the questions, because them fellas and them in the chat that say I was only ask certain people certain questions. Right. Dr. Seecharan, if you had to send a message to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, what would be your message to the Prime Minister?
He's doing a very, very bad job with COVID-19. Very, very bad. And I would ask him to listen to some of my suggestions, and we could have a discourse about it. Come and speak to the opposition about COVID-19 management, and allow us to give us some of our views, and we could have a discussion about it, and it would help the national public in the management of COVID-19.
Dr. Seecharan, we want to say thank you so very kindly for joining us. It's always a pleasure when you come join us in the village here on WZYE. Any closing words before you go?
Thank you all for having me. It was such a pleasure to speak to all of you all tonight. And anytime in the future, once I'm available, once I don't have to prepare for a very important bill or something, you all ask me to come on, and I'll come back on.
Thank you so very much. Before you go, I just want to say, I don't like dentists, but somehow I love you. You have a nice disposition.
Thank you very much.
You're a dentist I might, if I was in Trinidad, would seek out, but I don't like
very
dentists.
Good.
So Doc, what I would like is, we want to get some updates on what's taking place in your constituency, especially with the Cameron River and anything that's taking place. So I would check back with you from time to time, and you could always come in and give us a little,
of course, no problem.
Update, and we watch it.
It's such a nice program you guys have here, and it keeps the diaspora, the Trinidad and Tobago community and the Caribbean community together. I really, really appreciate what you guys are doing here. It's such a good work.
We know we
Thank you
want to
very
give
much.
everybody a chance to have an opportunity to have a say and to have a voice and to bring
Very good.
everybody
It's very
on board
nice.
and and share their views. But thank you so much for joining us and taking the time.
And thank you all for having me, and congrats to all of you. All are very, very proud of you all. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank
brother.
you.
Thanks for that.
Okay,
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So of course, folks, what's that? Somebody says
I tracking the dog.
yeah, you're tracking the man. I mean when I wasn't saying nothing. The man married.
But you
He
handsome and
married.
you have
Or you go tell me,
I
or you
don't
go tell
you
the man he's a
handsome
dead.
and you have a
He
nice
want to come to he.
you handsome
Nah.
and you have a nice disposition. I gain Jackie jacket.
What?
You handsome and you have a nice disposition. You don't
Just
have a
remember,
you don't have
what
a
Anita
warring
told
spirit.
Answer me. He says he's a PNM. She tell him not for long. Okay.
You don't have a warring spirit like Gary.
What is Kama Sutra? What?
Oh
Lana,
no,
what is
don't
Kama
go there.
Sutra?
Don't go there.
Don't talk about them things.
Don't
Don't talk
go
about them
there.
things.
Okay, all
Don't go
right.
there.
Okay.
Off air,
Anyway,
you talk about
All right. wait.
somebody being
Lana, you
wicked out
going
there.
in trouble, girl. Yeah, Lana, I want my Christmas bonus, not me. They ain't taking my bonus. I want my bonus. Or then what? I talking to what, boy? What was she need to read up on?
because I
Thomas?
said the man handsome and he have a nice again
Now you're
Jackie
tracking you.
jacket.
Who's Thomas Sankara?
He not like Gary. He ain't ugly like Gary and have a warring spirit. He very calm.
If Gary didn't have a warring spirit, he wasn't getting the breaking down no doors there. Gary had to be a fighter.
What? Hey, Gary, who's Thomas Sankara?
Listen, I tried the nice way, right? And I said, Mr. Prime Minister, so and so and so, that this is what I suggested. No, that didn't work. They ignoring me. So I had to, what I had to do? Then people got to get back. Oh, you're being too aggressive and you should be more respectful. Hello, I tried that one. Okay? So then that time you had to cuss. Right? Okay, and
you just come from a warring tribe. That's who you is.
Hey.
But you know what them fellas? Look, little Ellis. Little Ellis coming late, right? He said,
I am a soldier in the cause of my people.
Boning me something. Boning me us.
Gary is very handsome. I only busting Gary chops. Gary's a handsome fellow.
And I will disagree with any political party. If Mrs. B says so, I will tell her when I disagree with her. And I will tell her when I agree with her too.
Hey,
all right.
Tommy's a Denzel Washington. Me no handsome is.
I Denzel Washington cousin.
No. Somebody call you a road hole.
Oh Lord have mercy.
What's that? Road what? What's that one?
Road hole that you do there.
That'll be little Jack, little Ron Horner. Albert Montano says.
No, one of the ladies.
Oh, don't tell me it's Haley. It's not Haley.
One of the ladies.
It's not Haley.
He's a guy. One of the ladies call you a road hole. I can't remember which one it is.
Claudia.
It's probably Claudia, yeah.
Yes, Claudia. I didn't see it, but
I think it was Nadia. Nadia.
Oh, yeah, Claudia or Nadia. Yeah. You buy. You're right. I know who it is. But I had to pick. If I had to pick two, it's either Claudia or Nadia. One or two of them. I didn't see it. But I know it's one or two.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Anyway, Albert Montano. Yeah.
They can't clean the drain. I want to go on in foreign countries and give fancy speech about global warming.
But Gary, somebody said flooding will be what is it again, Tommy? Flooding will be a thing of the past.
But that was an objective. It was an objective. He didn't get to do it.
Just like judge me based anymore.
Because maybe he thought he might have taken a second term in government. Because first of all, by the time you design the infrastructure, all right, I did on any project, you turn up, and there's so many. Jack Warner fixed a lot of things, and they have a kind of way.
$2 million fire truck too. The $2 million fire truck what capsized in Maracas. What do you think?
Boy, you see $1 million to take it out?
$2 million.
No.
What talking about no?
It was $6 million to take it out. You can have a free fire truck.
I gave him a discount.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, but look, Albert Montano says Trinidad is about the size of Toronto. So it's really a city, so they only need a mayor. So what airplane you're talking about? Albert, what? Albert, you're wicked, boy. You're wicked, Albert. All them years in politics, you want a prime minister to go in a commercial jet, Albert? Oh, God, Albert. Have a heart.
They had one prime minister riding helicopter and they cost the prime minister. Not even
No, helicopter to go right around the country, nah.
But hey, what I mean? What do you mean?
Gary.
But that should be part of the security protocol. And
I don't really believe that prime minister should ride commercial boys to go out. Diana Benskin, you believe that?
No, I don't believe that.
What do you mean? No.
But
Tony Nesbitt, you believe that?
But in surveying damage in the country, they could benefit from a helicopter and stuff like that, yeah. But not to leave the country, no.
Marshall Nesbitt, I hear you. You believe that?
Sleeping.
Listen, I'm more concerned about people getting flooded out than somebody riding a helicopter or airplane, all right? That is a bigger priority right now.
No,
we have a very hot issue. It is very serious.
You see?
And they're playing games with it. All right?
Nadia like to float, you know. Or see what Nadia put.
She said she never see Gary Mahabir or Tommy.
Never see. Nadia said doctor looking good.
Yeah, you see, I'll tell you, I'm not the only one. And he has a very nice disposition.
But Nadia is in the chat. You on the program and you telling you floating the doctor.
So why can't I say I just get Jackie jacket? The man look good and he have a nice disposition.
Yeah, look, Ellis Island again. A new vehicle every 3 years, Wall Street. That is too much. No, yes. Every 3 years, they deserve a new vehicle.
But compared to the roads in Trinidad, vehicle can't last a year.
They sign for the game. Gary, when you're an MP, do you go on, when you running for office, do you run for office and you tell them, listen, every 2 years I want a new vehicle, you know. If they offer me, listen, I tell them, if I become an MP, every 3 years I buy a new vehicle. I tell them,
Marcia, you're late to the village. Your licks was sharing earlier. You're late. You could go back and view it though. Licks.
Hey Marcia, I want you in the show sometime next week.
Oh yeah, please. Nadia, thank you.
Let us know when. You hear me, Marcia?
Yeah.
Hey.
This is Gary Mahabi. I'm inviting you next week. Let us know which day.
Yeah. I'm fish sticks.
I want you to co-host together with me. She's a journalist. She can co-host.
Thank you, Lana. Lana, the helicopter, they move out in the night. Yeah. Yeah, and he do look good.
Look, Nutskiki going down in the sub-basement. And some middle name is Ladas.
I'll tell him that he in the wrong. He should have been a gynecologist. Okay, let's go.
Teisha and Marcia will mash them up in any stupidness they come with.
Oh, Teisha, boy. Teisha. Oh, God, boy. Teisha was on fire tonight, boy.
Yeah.
Teisha, like they was busting bamboo tonight, too, yo.
Yeah, boy.
She was ready for them.
God. And she didn't break down. She's strong.
No, she's firing hard, boy.
Look, and if they go off track, I there waiting for them.
Look at this one. Little run corner. Look at him. You know, he come out of this corner. The PNM put up a national flag in TNT. He's the profit in our cost $2 million. Okay, little run corner, and what? And what? So now you only gonna get something that the UNC put up for $2 million. All right, Jack wanna take out a fire truck for $6 million. I said $2 million. Gary, I gave Jack wanna a discount. Jack wanna take out a fire truck for $6 million. Little run owner, take that in your person. What?
Yeah, so what is spending $2 million on a flag for?
Huh?
Why is it
necessary? Jack wanna spend $6 million to take out a fire truck now. Which one is right? $2 million a flag or $6 million to take out a fire truck? When the fire truck come out, it's done.
And this is the
But the flag was flying in the Crawford Stadium.
No. Forget the fire truck for a minute. Comparing, they're saying Mrs. Kamala Prasad cannot win an election, but comparing to what you have there, comparing to how she
saying, Gary.
No. I ain't saying you. I saying people saying that, right? But compare what you have there, telling you wean yourself of the government from day one, cut your baby grant, cut the food card, leave you out there hanging and stranded outside the country, provide no foreign missions support. Up to this day, we can't get no proper foreign mission response to our citizens that are in distress. Right now, I have a man in St. Lucia sleeping in a bench, in a marketplace. Okay?
Marcel, brave boy, special good night to you, Marcel, boy.
All right. So, compared to how she treated the people.
Yeah, Lana, the fire truck went down a precipice and Gary said, I said 2 million. Gary raised it. Gary said 6 million.
No, boy, it was 6 million. Where's that company that came into existence? CIS or somebody like that or whatever.
Jack went up our company into existence to Gary?
No, I'm just saying that company you was talking about. I can't remember the name. It was CIS or whatever the name is.
No, I mean, GoPro Construction?
No. Was that company that came into existence not too long before you said that didn't exist?
When they come into power in 2010, GoPro Construction came into power. And came into power. There was a construction company.
There's a lot of people who run home and get contract too, all right? So, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Gary, remember, I didn't get no contract. Let's remember that, okay? So, anyway.
And Diane ain't getting none neither. So.
I like to reflect on performance and delivery towards our people. This is what I'm looking at. And the harsh, inconsiderate manner this government has operated. Dr. Rowley and the whole team. All of them. All right? Thank God for the few little people within the system that helped me. But, I mean, not to say that they didn't know who I was. I mean, Ansem, get him man to talk to him.
No, he just talk to me, man.
Is he talking to you?
Yeah, just not often.
Oh, Lord, I was No.
Oh, God. Marcia, night to you too, Marcia.
No, we have a young lady that we encourage to send a message to him. And she get a response, I'll send it to you. But she's still waiting for the help. So if she didn't have no food, if Diana didn't send her no money for some food, right? She was dead. Because up to this day, she get a call. She get a call, but no help with the call. So I don't know if it's in this budget or the next budget she going to get help.
Gary, help is coming. Help is on the way. Hey, we're still bummer. I see. I feel we still don't like me, just like little run owner.
Goat rope.
Huh?
Oh, they call it a Labas wall.
Yeah. We still bummer.
Labas wall, not cake.
We having too much fun with this show.
That's carrot cake. What? Albert Senator Skip Julian. Raystel Bummer, Senator Skip Julian. Oh, yeah, boy. Me and his partners. We say like, good. What tax you inside? Albert Montano, Senator Skip Julian live in St. Augustine and never own a motor vehicle. He travel by regular pirate tax. That was in 1950. Use an MP and you travel by regular taxi to prove what?
And what's wrong with that? There's some people that don't have a car.
No, but use a member of parliament and you go traveling a regular taxi to prove what? What are you trying to prove?
Yeah, Lord.
What are you trying to prove? You know, the Minister of Energy, Nicole Oliveri, used to travel on a boat from San Fernando to Port of Spain, right? She knows she work anyway. Eh?
Oh,
she knows she work.
Who's that?
Remember Nicole Oliveri, Minister of Energy? She was to travel on the boat from San Fernando to Port of Spain. When she could be saying, when she air conditioned car coming down the road. Nah. All the perks, I want my perks. Wrong with all you. I'm working for my constituency though. I'm working hard for my constituency.
You know how many homeless people in Tacarigua, Savannah right now?
Who are going to bring? Teisha, who are going to bring?
Who saying the homeless people in Tacarigua, Savannah?
Lana.
Oh. But according to the PNM, there are people. The last guy there, Mr. Wells.
No, Devon Van Winkle.
No. The fearless
Nobody
warrior.
suffer in the country. And the one answer the other, Mr. Marcel. Things good in the country. Now listen to me.
But listen, Tommy say the same thing. Tommy, hello. Let me send a FedEx to Tommy. Tommy, TT Post. Tommy.
Going to sleep, I tell you.
Tommy.
He's going to sleep.
TT Post to Tommy.
People are suffering in the country, but we had to send money from here this side.
But look,
we had to pay for
Gary, Tommy in Trinidad says almost all the people you see on the road have a new car.
And what I got to do with the team in China, maybe they're PNM supporters.
Nah, yeah, them, all of them is PNM supporters. Yeah, them supporting the PNM, all of them.
So if you buy a new car and you can't pay for it, what will happen to the new car? You alright, Donkey Cat?
No, you go shove a leg. You go shove a leg.
What, Chevrolet?
Yeah, Chevrolet.
Lana and someone never bring the two. Who's that? Who's that? Who you want to bring Lana? Who's it two? What all you say, bring Skippy, I bring Skippy. All you ask for that? I bring Skippy. Who asked for that?
We waited on Mrs. B say so. We waited on Mrs. B say so. I know that what Diana doing about that.
Who don't want to bring?
Why you putting me to call that lady? That lady's gonna get frightened of me.
Who's that?
How she gonna get frightened of you?
Which lady? Which lady?
Mrs. B say so.
No, she gonna get frightened.
I'm sending an official ambassador to her, and she gonna get frightened.
All right, quick.
I am nobody. I am sending somebody that's very important and recognized around the world, and she gonna get frightened.
Oh boy, here we go, Gary. Leave me alone. Leave me out of
I am sending an international recognized ambassador to Mrs. Lisesa.
But listen, do we ever play that Coast Guard graveyard that video? Well, let's see that, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Hey, but listen to this, Listen to this. I want to play this one, though. You see the West Indies?
New T20 World Champions will be crowned this year as the curtains come down on a colossal era of West Indies T20 cricket. Exciting left-hander Shimron Hetmyer spoke frankly about the disparities with batsmen scores.
I think it's really for us to not think about it too much and just for us to go out and just be your best. I think when you go out and you have that in mind too much, you're not really focused on actually playing the game and hitting the ball. I would say it's just for you as a player to know your strengths and know your weaknesses and just go out and execute as much as you possibly can.
With just 12 months remaining for the 2022 T20 World Cup in Australia, he said there are several areas that needs further improvement, with strike rotation a real issue that needs to be solved.
We're still working on just basically batting as less dot balls as we possibly can, because everyone knows West Indies team is a boundary hitting team. So if we could basically mix boundary hitting with getting singles and doubles and stuff in between that, it's something that would really benefit us.
The end of an era takes with it the warriors of said era. Dwayne Bravo has already announced his retirement and he may have company quite soon. The Berbetian was thankful for being able to be part of that rich T20 age and hopes he can build on and share his experiences with the new batch of players.
Now that we've lost two of our best T20 players, or the best T20 players in the world, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but I think they would have shared enough information to the younger players and to the team that we should learn from and to just keep doing the right things and so on. And for the younger players, is basically just to express yourself and just be yourself when you get to the international stage.
So quickly on that, I am a cricket connoisseur. I love cricket too bad. I love cricket, and I love them.
You mean the pass or you mean the game?
No, the game. And We used to have plenty Bajans back then in cricket. Bajans used to rule the West Indies team back then, eh?
Yep.
But West Indies now, boy, let me tell you who we had a drop, eh? We had a drop, well, Dwayne Bravo done, Russell needs to be done, Pollard
Lord.
needs to be done, and who's the next one, boy? There's and Chris Gale for them. Bring in some young people.
Hey. You done mash McCorn. Leave Chris Gale. You
McCorn.
mash McCorn. That's my boy. Leave Chris Gale alone.
Boy, Chris Gale days done.
Leave Chris Gale alone.
No, he done.
Don't mash McCorn. That's my boy.
Good night, Nadia.
That's my handsome boy. Leave Chris Gale alone.
Teisha says Rhoda Bar. Hey,
yeah.
Teisha, Rhoda was on the program.
Yeah, we invite
you. You forget Gary Run Rhoda, Teisha.
Yeah. Invite her back.
No, I just asked Rhoda a simple question to explain her statement, and she suffered a nervous breakdown. It shattered her nerves. And tonight, I just let Diana deal with that young man, because if I come in there, I mash him up. So I just let him. Bring him back.
Carrot cake. What you know about cricket? Boy, wrong with you? When you talk cricket, boy, listen.
Earlier when you were talking to me, I heard you, but I couldn't respond.
I wanted to ask you. Well, anyway, you can bring him back. I wanted to ask you if he would leave some Seecharan outside when there was some kind of
that's
a tornado or a hurricane.
Who's that, Devon? Devon?
Or volcano or something outside there.
Nah, Devon
and save some Seecharan.
Hey, Fish Sticks, you don't know nothing about cricket, boy. I going back into the Roy Frederick days, boy, and Sheldon Gomes and Larry Gomes, boy, and Inshan Ali, Rafiq Jumadine, Noriega, Prince Bartholomew, Bernard Julian, Ron Farrier. Don't get me vexed tonight, you know.
West Hall, Gary Sobers. West Hall, Gary Sobers.
I'm going back.
Kanhai.
Ron Kanhai, Alvin Kalicharan.
Big Bird. Big Bird is
Jordana.
Malcolm Marshall. Andy Roberts.
Alvin Kalicharan.
What's the Ketisha name? What that little, oh God, the name escaped. Viv Richards.
Vivian Richards, yeah. He was the captain.
Yeah, and you know what? One program, we had to dedicate that program to just cricket and football and thing in the Caribbean.
And then I won't be in on that a lot.
I got to sit on that program because
and I gotta invite Dr. Gopi Singh because he's a big cricketer.
Yeah, all the other knows about hockey.
Don't get me started, okay? Don't get me started, Mr. PNM.
Tell me what I was gonna say.
I was gonna say that it's true about the cars, the new cars. I was hearing your question to me, but I was trying to respond.
Don't fall asleep.
No, I wasn't falling asleep.
Answer. You must introduce the man properly, man. He's the Caribbean commissioner for the area. Outside child out there.
I know. I had to stop that.
Yeah, man.
I remember as a young lass, right? One time I was going to a match at Kensington. And when I got there, all the seats had sold out. At time, Diana looked like a dream. Jennifer Lopez, they had nothing on me. And I got by Kensington Oval and I couldn't get in. So I stood up there and I hold on to the wire and I look in out front. And then Viv Richards came by and he said, you look a little, worried, young lady. I said, I can't get in to see the match. They said they ain't got no more seats. He said, well, no worries. And they took me in where all the cricketers were seated. And I get to see the match from the cricketers' booth. Boy, I savored that memory.
No, Diana, that is the pavilion.
Where the cricketers sat and Tony Cozier.
That's the pavilion.
Well, wherever you call it, I sat in there amongst the West Indies cricket team alongside Tony Cozier and all them fellas. And I was a young lass. I had to be about 19 or 20. And I said, wow, yeah, I savored this memory. Yeah, boy, I remember that.
I hear that.
Lana, who is the best bowler for the West Indies? Lana, who is that? Best bowler for West Indies, man of the match. My lover, he resigned now.
Hey,
Who
you
is that?
guys remember when the school gave us time off when they had the big match going on? They gave us a
Yeah,
2 days or a day off.
Boy, I used to go down in the oval all the time, boy.
Used to
All the
run
time.
down there. Used to run down there.
Nah, we had to walk. We couldn't run. You ever break beach, Diana? You know what break beach is?
Nope, never break beach. Nope.
All right, okay.
Nope.
All right.
The tyrant that I live with at the house. No.
No, I break beach all the time, boy. All right, hey,
No.
Nadia, before you go, put closing comments in the chat. Little Ron Horner, put closing comments, and Ellis Island, put closing comments. Nadia, Little Ron Horner, and Ellis.
Oh Lord.
What? You see what Little Ron Horner put?
Yeah, I see him.
He does.
Go on, drink some coffee, Little Ron. Drink some coffee. Yeah, Ray. I never break beach. No.
Imagine that. No. See what kind of no real Trinidad, yeah? You never break beach. Look.
Well, no. Wasn't my thing. Why breaking beach and going and do? And in them days, neighbor seeing you, and you had no phone home, but you get home and somebody already know what street you went on. No.
Look at the comment. Look at the comment on the screen, Diana. And the comment on the screen. Look at the comment on the screen by Ellis Island.
Break beach, yeah. No, I never break beach.
No, but look at the comment on the screen.
I may have break by the beach, but I never break beach. Anyway, let's keep going on.
Look at the comment on the screen, Diana. By
I see it.
You see it?
Wall Street, you used to go by the over breaking people.
Oh God. You see the kind of thing them fellas just poor boy, all you're wicked, you know, boy. You're wicked.
But I said something just now. I went over everybody head. Nobody.
But ask them. Nobody has sent me no Diwali pictures. All we ask them for. They must send us no.
Yeah.
They take no picture with them lighting the Dia in the yard or nothing. They send us nothing.
Hey, Diana, you got a compliment. You know? Albert Montano say you don't understand. Diana is a celebrity. She's no ordinary person.
Thank you, Albert.
What you saying? I'm going to the mall. I have change of clothes. What is that one? Look. Hey, all the put closing comments now, man. Here we go.
Yes.
All right. Let Ron going off on what I said.
You put a comment?
No, I said something and he got surprised. Look. What, Diana?
Go with the eyes. Look, let little Ron Horner go in the corner.
Somebody say a break on the beach.
Although we bring him back Devon Tuesday, right? Oh God!
Yeah, let him come.
I want to be ready for him when he comes.
Yeah, I'm ready for him too.
I'm bringing him back Tuesday.
Yeah, come on in the village.
You could bring Marcel Brave Boy too. You could bring Marcel Brave Boy and Tuesday.
Bring Marcia.
Bring Marcia. Are you Gary when I call Rhoda? You
Teisha.
Yeah, Diana. Call Rhoda.
I'm gonna call Rhoda, but Gary, when I bring Rhoda back here, I want you to put some gorilla glue in your mouth and shush.
Excuse me?
No. Listen, I think you have to tell Rhoda, our program is different than other programs. When you're coming, you're in the village, you have to deal with the things in the village. You have to be flexible.
All I asked her was a simple question based on her comment. We didn't create that statement.
I don't want you chasing.
No. Rhoda, Nova system collapsed when I asked her that question. Yes, she should get Bazudi. Me didn't have to say nothing again.
Oh, Teisha, Devon going on research on you now. Devon ain't going to do no research on you, Teisha.
Hey, tell Rhoda I said she get Bazudi when I asked her the question and see if she'll come back. Anyway.
Devon Van Winkle.
Lana said she didn't celebrate the Wali this year.
She had 2 relatives pass. My condolences, Lana.
Condolences, Lana.
What wrong with Ray Stel Bomber? First, he does take long to read the comments. What is he sorry?
He was Ray. He was in the special ed class, so he kind of slow. All right, good.
Yeah, I know I'm slow boy. I see Ellis Island put comment. Who's the people that tell put comments? Ray Stel.
There you go, Ray. See?
Any guy, guys, I'm gonna say good night.
Good night,
yeah.
All righty.
All right, yeah, Gary, later. All right, guys, let me go for a quick station identification. We right back to wrap up. Okay, send the village to the dark triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Let's go for a quick station identification. When we come back, we're gonna wrap up this marathon long one we have here tonight. In the village with the dark triplets at WZYE 95.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
And of course, we are back with you in the village with the dark triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. That's 7 to 9.
Ray say he's not giving no closing comment.
Why? What him? He can't write?
I don't know. He said, no, bro, not me for closing comment.
Why?
Ask him.
No, all right. That's all right. Albert Montano. Albert Montano, put closing comments in each other. Albert, thank you very kindly. Albert says, this is the best talk show by any Trinidadian with people like Ansem, Diana, Gary, Tommy, always a serious talk show. Hey, you know what? Let me tell you this.
Thank you.
Little Ron Horner. You see little Ron Horner and them? We played the Diwali song to open the program last night. Last time, and we played a Diwali song to close the program. And you know
yes, we did.
And you know what happened, Diana? We got copyright infringement from YouTube.
Oh boy.
So I was a trendy song. All right, but we played it. We don't play that. That's all his family in here.
Have to be very careful.
Now I'm gonna put a closing comment. So I'm waiting for Little Ron Horner now to put closing comments. All right. So listen, guys. It's very straightforward. Frederick Douglass says it's easy to build strong children than to repair broken men. From where I said this is it, the clock on the wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, we lose 1 minute of happiness. Tommy?
Well, I don't have much to say tonight. All I have to say is that in Trinidad and Tobago, we have to remember that when the rain falls, they don't fall on one man's house top. And a pleasant good night to each and every one.
Okay. Hold on, Diana. Okay, Diana, go ahead.
Good. I have something that I feel pertinent to address. I'm going to address it briefly, and it's pertaining to safe zone. How many of you know a woman that has been sexually harassed? 45 to 55% of women worldwide have been. How many of you know a woman that has been a victim of physical violence? 31% of women worldwide have been. How many of you know a woman who has experienced forced sex? 13 million women have been worldwide. How many of you know a woman who has been murdered? 38% worldwide have been. How many of you know firsthand violence in the home? Did you know that globally, 275 million children witness firsthand violence in the home? Did you know that 80 to 100 million girls are missing from the world's population because of infanticide, femicide, malnutrition, and neglect? Shocking, isn't it? The World's Women 2020 Trends and Statistic Reports indicate that globally, an estimated number of 137 women are killed every day. Some 152 countries, 82% have laws against domestic violence, which fall short of addressing the matter globally. Only 103 countries, 69% have laws on sexual harassment, while fewer countries, 43, 27% have laws directly covering marital rape. The report also underlined that the global lockdown measures, the isolation, and the economic and health stress created by the pandemic has led to unsafe environments for many women and girls as it heightened the risk of intimate partner violence. I'm standing up for the rights of women and girls across the globe, especially those in Trinidad and Tobago. I want to see an end to sexual and physical violence, economic, spiritual, political, social, and cultural inequality, and to empower women and girls to create their own independent futures. The struggles of women and girls in Trinidad and Tobago must not be underestimated. In Trinidad and Tobago, there are areas now ordained as safe zones. There are fines for breaching the health ordinance and these so-called safe zones. I am amazed at the speed in which these ordinances were enacted because of the pandemic. Aren't all citizens entitled to be in a safe zone inside their home, on their jobs, or going about their daily business? Why should citizens, especially women, feel that a constant threat to their life is imminent? In a nutshell, feel unsafe. I have a question for the establishment. Female citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who are being murdered at an alarming rate. Shouldn't the murdering of Trinidadian women be considered and treated as a pandemic that is endemic? This is Diana Benskin, aka The Storm, bidding you auf Wiedersehen until we meet again. Good night, my beloved people.
Of course, Diana Benskin, thank you so much. So here we go with the closing comments from Albert Montano. Albert says, as my mother would say, straight talk, bad manners, but the truth will set you free. That is what we have to stand for, full 100. Then Little Ron Horner says, we have done so much with so little for so long. Now we are qualified to do anything with practically nothing. And then the last one is Lana says, live, love, laugh, time waits on no one. Every second count, use it wisely. Tomorrow isn't promised. Full 100, Lana. I think there's one more. Nadia says, I want to thank God for this day and for the night, and I really enjoyed this show tonight. And please, people, be safe, everyone. I think there's one more, you know. Let's see.
Not skig.
Ooh. Not skig, you want to? Huh?
Yeah.
I see that.
My closing comment, fire bun PNM the oppressor. That's not skig. Okay, good.
If you want less, Ellis Island says, if you want less mess, stay at your own address and limit your guests. Good night.
All right.
Yeah. All right, folks. So we're gonna go out with Ellis, I saw it. I just read it. We're gonna go out with Diana Marcia voice says, well done.
Thank you from a journalist. Thank you, Marcia.
Yeah. Marcia voice our boss. All right. We will go out to this fella tonight. We are attacking with full force. Remember when we used to play this one, Diana?
Mm-hmm.
When we first started?
Yep.
This used to be song, you know, boy. This used to be song, boy. Yeah, he should be the next COP, man. He should be the next COP.
Put your hand together as I make room for Rainhead, better known as Watchman, attack with full force.
Doomday. You do bada.
No, stick to your day job, please. Stick to your day jobs.
Dinah, you know this song?
Stick to your day job, yeah.
Tommy, you know this song? Tommy there? Tommy.
Yeah.
You know this song?
I've been accused of being a traitor. They say it's I who caused Abu Bakr to hijack the parliament and kick up them big boys in government. Because the first thing them fellas do after they stage the coup is to play all them calypso that was banned from the radio. But the ink ain't dry on the amnesty. The rulers talking censorship already. Either they bounce their head in the brawl, or they never had no sense to start with at all. Boy, hush your mouth and don't say a thing.
Watchman.
Yeah, boy, Watchman, but a classic, you know.
Listening. Well, if they are, they must realize that people still cussing that they survive. But I say Ibaka did shoot them down. This year, I'd have nobody to pong. With all the big talk and arrogance, they belittle them by making them drop their pants. Cause I hear as soon as the trousers fall, all the big boys in there turn out to be small.
So vex, good vex.
Tell the boss he lost. But once they maintain that course, then I'm attacking them with full force.
Run the empty tomato thing. We will take requests next Tuesday.
They say they can't find a reason why they ain't lock up my tail for treason. Well, if they preaching conspiracy, examine the horns in their own party. We all know that the speaker Nizam was friendly with that same imam, but when he take over parliament, fortunately Nizam was absent. And a well-known, youthful and smart AG named his son after black Muslim Stokely. But when he boss pants was by his knees, he was tiptoeing out with the tea ladies. Boy, hush your mouth and don't say a thing. Tony and the boys might be listening. Well, they should tell me who is the clown that Andy Thomas get a free pardon from. Rather than hanging by neck till dead, he get a license to shoot more police instead. And Sharp brother join this new mutiny, like revolution that's run in them family. But if in 70 we did blow away Rafi Shah, we'd never hear a poop from any backer. So who vex, good vex? Tell the boss he lost. But once they maintain that course, then I'm attacking them with full force.
Jumday, Jumday.
The ruling party is a disaster, but the opposition no better. Manning and Marshall can't find a way, like Pam throw some pea on the Balize. And NJAC is a non-starter. They don't fall down on their own dagger. And you can't rig a election just as easy as a KISO competition. And if a certain party take over, the leader will pass a law against Douglas. But if you ask him about the fact, I'm sure he go say, well, I'll drink to that. Boy, hush your mouth and don't say a thing. Pandy and the boys might be listening. Well, tell them that John Public want to know if Monan pay off all them people he owe, and if they make Amar a senator for selling people overpriced motor car. But they go dead in opposition. Monan can't make mountain from no heap of sand. Them jokers they choose causing big protests. They like Morgan Joe in a beauty contest. So who vex could vex? Tell the boss he lost. But once they maintain that course,
then I'm attacking them with full force.
Doomday.
That's the where you get that video from, boy.
I was sending it to you. Yeah. I'm on. Later.
Get on 9.
All right.